Alright, it's time of the week again. We delve into more Amstrad Action. We're starting issue number 77, February 1992. Still £2.50. Still, I guess. Yeah. 1992, The French Connection. Because it's still Britain's best-selling magazine for the Amstrad CPC GX4000 Plus. Of course it is. 1992, The French Connection, the biggest CPC market in Europe, is just across the channel. Read our special report inside. Plus, WWF, the best wrestling game ever. Compilation Crazy, the best of the bargain packs reviewed. What do you want from AA in the coming year? Giant survey starts. Oh, another big giant survey. Suitor laws, OS cover tape. Play a vac news agent a media mint. Okay. Shy, sensitive, law-abiding, polite, respectful. Bruce Willis, Hudson Hook. I don't think so. Okay. Now steal in on the game. Share unadulterated addiction, which is guaranteed to last a lifetime. Infuriatingly addictive gameplay. Grab onto it with both hands. Ace. Excellent graphics move well. The comic animation will raise a smile from even the most hardened hearts. ST Action. Good. Here's our lineup. 1992, The French Connection. The CPC is still one of the biggest formats in France. As a united Europe approaches, we look at the future. WWF, oof, and Hulk Hogan comes off the ropes to land a flying tackle. And has he got his man pinned for a fall? Or is Ocean's latest the one flat on its back? Paperboy 2, the sequel to the Golden Oldie, but is it too late? Find it inside, or it's too late to change that screenshot, because that's not Paperboy 2. Oops. JC tutorial starts. Last month we put the graphic adventure creator on the cover tape. Now learn to write your own adventures. Giant survey for 1992. Now it's your chance to have a say in what happens in Amstrad Action this coming year. Action pack. Seymour Take 1, an exclusive mini-game from Codemasters. Firelord, classic arcade adventuring from Houston, complete game. Pokes galore, check out the cheat mode section for details. Football forecaster, win the pools, well, maybe. Fonts, new character sets to load into your Amstrad and into your DTP pages. So, February 1992, Amscene veteran user group Wacky changes hands. Reaction, a cracking 4 pages of mail this month and some absolutely appalling poems. Helpline, got problems, don't know where to turn, you do now. Small ads, bargains galore in our second-hand store, good, eh? On the grapevine, now incorporating the software charts. Squeeze it all in, I guess. Forum, Adam Doc Waring dons his stethoscope for another bash at your tiki probs. Machine code tutorial, what is a sprite? Clue, it's not a can of fizzy drink. You're learning, a new educational pack from Triple R. Superheroes, a compilation full of good guys from Domark. Paperboy 2, it's been a while but Mindscape is back. WWF, forget Kendo Nagasaki and giant haystacks, this is the big league. Battle Command, or Tanks for the Memory, more crap jokes to follow. Cheat Mode, Full House latest crop of cheats, hints and tips. JC Tutorial, the Bullrog starts his series on the graphic adventure creator. Bullrog, more adventuring lore from the Mad Axeman. Compilation Crazy, 3 bark packs get the AA treatment. G-Loc stands for gradual loss of consciousness. Ooh. Subscriptions, you know that makes sense. Regular AA now. Type-ins, but for how much longer? Wouldn't they be better on the cover tape? Tell us what you think. Yeah. So you can cut more pages probably. Buyer's Guide, business, accounts, databases, spreadsheets. Special offers, we've got something new to tempt you with this month. Ooh. Buyer's Guide, games, the best beat-em-ups in the business. An afterthought, like when you suddenly realise you didn't turn the gas off. Right, it's our action pack. Firelord. This shooting arcade adventure scored a massive 84%, a rave, back in AA16. But don't be put off by the spiky style graphics. There are 500 screens to explore as you roam the land of Torot. Torot? Okay. The evil queen has seized the Firestone, using its powers to bring a curse down upon the land. The people now hide in their houses, while ghostly apparitions wander the streets. Your job, as the brave Sir Galahad, is to find the Firestone and return it to its rightful and right-thinking owners. The ghosts who wander around will drain your energy if you run into them, so keep out of their way if you know what's good for you. Find a special enchanted crystal, though, and you can shoot them. Go into the houses and buildings and talk to and trade with the inhabitants. Trading is a central part of the game, and you carry this out via a series of icons on the bartering screen. Use the joystick or keyboard to place the cursor over the icon and press fire to select it. Change your mind, press fire again and the icon is deselected. The occupant of each building offers one or more goods or services. You trade using your own objects collected as you travel through Torot. If you don't have enough to trade, though, there is another option: steal. Be careful though not to get caught. Once you've finished your transaction, click on the exit icon to leave the building. You can use either a joystick or the keyboard. Seymour Take 1. We've talked the codies into producing a special one-off, totally exclusive Amstrad Action only Seymour mini-game for our cover tape. Remember Seymour Goes to Hollywood? We reviewed it in Budget Bonanza, AA74, and gave it 92%. Not bad, eh? Well, Seymour Take 1 is like a cut-down version, just to give all you arcade adventure fans out there a taste for the Cody's latest creation. Actually, Seymour is a bit like Dizzy, only different. The game style is much the same as in those egg-shaped exploits, though. You'll have to collect objects and solve puzzles as you explore the game. As with the Dizzy games, the idea is to explore the screens that make up your computer world, picking up items as you go. You'll need these various items at different stages in the game, but it's up to you to work out when. Seymour Take 1 controls, you can use either keyboard or joystick. Yay. Football Forecaster. Won anything on the pools lately? Well, this program from reader Manan Ali could just improve your chances. Football Forecaster lets you do a variety of very interesting things. First of all, you can keep track of your favourite team, in fact all football teams for that matter, regularly updating the stats after each Saturday's games. You start off by creating your own data file, storing information on as many or as few teams as you like. Before that seems a bit of a bind though, Banana has included a full set of team results from the first third of this year's season. Having got your data file set up, team stats can be edited at will via option B on the main menu, and new teams added when required, A. But that's not all. Fact Fiends can arrange all teams into descending points order, highest scoring teams at the top. You can also check to see whether a team is on your list, get all sorts of team info, save and load your data, and produce forecasts for forthcoming matches. There's plenty of prompting throughout the program to tell you what's going on, plus an info file on the main menu to explain in detail what the program does. Cool, huh? Football Forecaster will let you keep track of your favourite football team and even make pools predictions. Ooh. Fonts. DTP users will love this batch of fonts from Richard Wildy and Dave Carter. All the fonts are in the standard font file format with the .fnt suffix. And you will load into StopPress, PageMaker Deluxe, and probably other DTP programs too. However, they won't load into last month's cover tape program, PageMaker Plus T. This is because the program was specifically adapted to run from tape. Sorry about that. The font loading program will load fonts into your CPC's memory, replacing the standard character set. You've got Pokes Galore. Another batch of cheats comes your way thanks to Phil Howard and his band of merry pokesters. This month's routines, together with their file names, are as follows. 4action.ap. These are cheats for each of the 4 games in the 4 Most Action compilation. Is life getting too tough for you in Digital Integration's Extreme? This poke disc version gives you infinite just about everything. The disc version of Final Fight gets extra credits and extra lives for both players. Infinite Boost is yours in Domark's watery arcade conversion Hydra. Want infinite boost and off-road racer disc version? You've got it. The Pokken AA62 for the Microprose master game Rick Dangerous wouldn't work with the version of the game on the 6 Appeal compilation, but this one does. Full instructions for loading and using the post can be found in the cheat mode section, page 40. Ard. Queen Op Devastating Menace out now on Tronix. 100% pure entertainment. Ninja Warriors, Double Dragon, Shinobi, Continental Circus, Xenon, Gemini Wing, Silkworm, Double Dragon 1. What? Double Dragon 1. Oh, Double Dragon 2. The top one is Double Dragon 2. Maybe they should use a colour that wasn't red. All on Amiga $9.99, Atari ST $9.99, Commie cassette $3.99, Spicky cassette $3.99, ME cassette $3.99. Also on PC $9.99, Double Dragon 1 and 2, Xenon, Shinobi. Well, what are you waiting for? Amscene. Mirrorsoft hits trouble. Games publisher goes up for sale as Maxwell Empire topples. As the various intrigues and goings-on in the Maxwell Empire continue to emerge after the big man's death, some of the company's subsidiaries are starting to suffer. Mirrorsoft is one of Maxwell's 2 computer ventures. The other is a distributor called Rushware in Germany. The administrators have been called in and are currently trying to sell Mirrorsoft as a going concern. However, the company's assets have been frozen and the administrators are in touch with creditors. Whatever the current crisis, it seems likely that Mirrorsoft will survive in one form or another, either following a management buyout or offers from other companies. It would be sad indeed if Mirrorsoft didn't continue. It's one of the comparatively few publishers still supporting the CPC with full-price software. Indeed, it produced what should prove to be one of the biggest games this Christmas, Toodles 2, the Coin Op, as well as the first home computer Toodles game the previous Christmas. The company also published the 3 Back to the Future film licenses. Wacky changes hands. Fans of the CPC user group Wacky have been wondering what's happened to the company's regular magazine. Well, it seems Wacky hit some pretty big problems. Steve Williams, who previously ran Wacky, has now left for another venture. However, Wacky itself will continue. It's been taken over by Clive Bellaby, up in Nottingham. Clive would like all Wacky subscribers to get in touch with him so that he can fill them in on what's going on to be happening in the future. Have your say. Have you filled out a giant Amstrad Action survey on pages 55 and 56 yet? Well then do it right away. It's your chance to have your say in the look of Amstrad Action for 1992. M/. You know what they say? If you don't register, neither will your views. Future of charts in doubt. There may be a change in the way the software charts are compiled, depending on the outcomes of discussions between ELSPA and the European Leisure Software Publishers Association and the rest of the industry. Until now, ELSPA has commissioned Gallup to prepare software charts based on retail sales. But a new plan is being discussed whereby ship-out figures, the number of copies of games ordered by retailers, rather than the number actually sold, are used. The latest computerized stock systems allow accurate tracking of products, including unsold returns. The advantage of ship-out figures is that the major distributors only are involved. Rather than thousands of individual retailers, it's effectively impossible to poll them all. Therefore, all sales will be accounted for, leading to greater accuracy and a better overall picture. However, ELSPA hasn't made a final decision yet. In the meantime, AA will be running its own charts based on those sent in by our readers. Sure on that one? The Unstoppable All Formats Advance. These All Formats computer fairs are taking over. 3 new venues have been added across the country. There's a Haydock Park, Donington Park, and Northumbria Centre in Washington. Washington off the A194, that is, not Washington DC. There are now 8 venues for the fairs, each one hosting a fair between 4 and 6 times per year. Don't expect to find any new launches or glitzy stands and these do's, though. Just loads of barks and trestle tables. If you want to check dates, buy tickets, or stand, call John Riding. Okay. Is there no stopping these all formats computer fairs? No, new venues are springing up across the country. Yeah, one page of news is all we get now. Reaction. So it's 1992 then, is it? Blimey, it seems like last month it was 1991. And that was then, this is now, and it's time to become Europeans. We're certainly getting into the swing of things here at AA Towers. Ange has bought one of those French stripy shirts. Marianne has started driving on the right side of the road. What's new? Adam Waring has been taking Chinese lessons, but not, unfortunately, geography ones. And Rod's bought a pizza. Adam Peters? Oh, he's been too busy editing these letter pages to do anything else. Oh, yeah? Remember to send any ticky stuff to forum, any requests for cheats to cheat mode, and any empty Coke cans to Blue Peter. Please send your complaints, arguments, insights, opinions, jokes, and if you must, poems to reaction. Right, the battle continues. I suggest that next time Graham Cheshire, AA75, replies to a letter in reaction, he should read it a little more carefully than he did with the Michael Davies case, AA73. What do I mean? Well, I'll tell you. Concerning all this business about Jane Marie and us male shoots, Michael did not state that AA is a male-only mag, as Graham thought. He simply said that if males didn't exist, then men and women wouldn't be able to get together and have cute little babies, and so the human race wouldn't be able to continue. And that, Graham, would mean that CPCs wouldn't be around, neither would AA, and best of all, neither would you. Got that? Or is that too complicated for you to understand? Graham then complains about Michael saying that Marcus Kasumba is poisoning his mind, and may I now quote him, I think it is Michael who is poisoning his mind, what with swearing every other syllable. Can I just point out, apart from quoting Jane Marie, which doesn't count, Michael only swore once in his letter, and guess how many times Graham swore? Once as well. It seems like a major case of hypocrisy to me, and nobody likes a hypocrite, do they? Oh, and while I'm on the subject of poisoning up your mind, who was it that brought up the subject of ripping up old grannies in the latest Cody's simulator? Personally, I think that this is far sicker than the old swear word. Thirdly, Graham, do you realise that Michael didn't say down with Mr. Skilton's modems and discs, etc.? Let's go and hunt down every single one so we can find and smash it to smithereens with an extremely large machete? As you seem to imagine, what he simply said was that we don't want to read about the damn things. Isn't there a specialist magazine that he can send this garbage to? So there's more space for decent letters like this one in our beloved AA? If not, can some poor masochist start one? Maybe you could, maybe you could, Graham. After all, you seem to have a lot of time for the things. So, Graham, I'm eagerly awaiting your reply. I'll look forward to seeing how you can wriggle your slimy little way out of this. Craig Brewen, Lowborough. Well, Craig, there was actually quite a lot of swearing in Michael's original letter. We cut most of it out. But hang on your noses, folks. Look who's here. Mad Mike rides again. If a reply is what you want from Mad Mike, then you got one. But I think you'll find this a lot less interesting than my last inflamed effort. Firstly, Graham Cheshire's letter. Where the heck this idea came from that I think AA is male-only mag, I don't know, and would like to know. What I was trying to point out was that Jane's letter implies that anything of the male genre should not be allowed to exist. Her letter was just a piece of blatant radical conscience feminism, and if, Graham, you think that you're right about me implying that AA should only be a male mag, then jolly well think again. I support females contributing to and reading Amstrad Action. That's good of you, Mike. About the M. Kasumba case, both yourself and Graham are absolutely right. And this was one part of the letter that I regret writing. But Marcus, in your AA75 reply, you stated you were referring only to text-only adventures. If you look back at your original letter, you'll find that you put a few trashy pictures in the brackets. Point 3, Mr. Cheshire complains about my slagging off of Peter Skilton. Mr. Cheshire seems to think that what I said is that MC, discs, and modems should be banished out of existence. What I meant was that Mr. Skilton rams it down your throats that if you don't spend 9 till 5 in front of your machine with all manner of machines plugged into it, then you're thick as pig excrement. He seems clearly object the he seems to clearly object to a fun object called a computer game ever being made, and Mr. Chesser, it's partly games that are keeping the CPC alive as well. Michael Davies, Swansea. It seems that everyone is knowingly misinterpreting what the other side says to make it all seem more extreme. What a load of nonsense. Oh well, send your abusive missives to the usual address, marking your envelope. I'm angrier than a giraffe who has just had a very low bridge built outside his front door. A toilet humorist writes, Yo, bro, any cool dudes out there reading your mag? Like seeing the Toys R Us ads on the box and seeing it with my own two eyes, man? A giraffe playing with a 6128 and a 464 simultaneously? Is this some sort of happening dud or what? I find it kind of difficult, man, trying not to perform brain surgery on my pet gerbil while sitting on the crapper. Well, gotta go now, dudes. Me bowels playing up again. Carolumba! James Banyard, Sandwich, Kent. James asks in his PS if this is good enough to win a £25 voucher. Put simply, James, no it isn't. I'd guess that you're probably an only child and your most vivid memory of early childhood is being forced to eat parsnips. In fact, the only reason we've printed your letter in the first place is so I can make a joke about you coming from a town called Sandwich. Unfortunately, I can't think of one. Next. The Great Typins Debate. Put the typins on the cover tape. Who the hell wants to be sat there typing in someone else's program when they could type in their own? Or at least learn how to. P. Robinson, Barrow and Furnace, Cumbria. I must admit I look forward to the arrival of regular cover tapes and have been bitterly disappointed that so far they have not included type-ins. I don't have the time to type them in myself, but it would be enjoyable to see somebody else's programming skills and pick up a few tips. Or are they so bad they only look good in print? You allow readers room in the mag, why not on the tape? Stephen Braithwaite, Scunthorpe. It's a can of worms time, readers. Shall we take type-ins out of the mag and bung them on the tape? What is the appeal of type-ins? Is it mainly that they're free programs? Is the act of typing them in the most fun? Or is it just time-wasting irritation? Let us know how you feel as soon as possible. Right to the Great Typos Debate at the usual address. Crap Poem of the Month. Oh boy. Amstrad Rap. I purchased an Amstrad a while ago, but how it worked I did not know. I thought my computer may have disease. It was then someone told me you're supposed to press the keys. So after typing my name once or twice, the reply syntax error was displayed in a trice. I popped in a disk without fault or obstructions, wriggling the joystick without reading the instructions. The game must be faulty, I said to myself. I took the game back, the man put it on the shelf, and gave me another with which to go and play. This never worked, but later that day, I got it to respond the joystick was no sin. Of all the thick things in the world, it wasn't plugged in. So I sent you this poem because your mag is the best. It's comic and serious with a little extra zest. Tom Ash, Bingley, West Yorks. So you got £25 for that. Grovel Hovel. Now, as you know, Christmas time is here, but this Christmas is going to bring much cheer. You see, I need financial aid, so I can buy Toodles 2 and Space Crusade. So 25 quid wouldn't go amiss, and to earn this money I've written this. Q funky drum beat, etc. Amstrad Action is ace in skill. They make the other mags feel quite ill, because they are envious of when they see how AA rates games so accurately. Writing this mag has chosen few, so let me introduce the AA crew. There's MC Alex to help us out, and DJ Borog gives adventures a shout. And next to come in this Hall of Fame is Adam Peters, who reviews the games. And let's not forget Rod Lawton the Ed, who is responsible for all I have said. And now it's time to end the song, so unless I've said something wrong, I will expect some money to come my way so I can be happy on Christmas Day. Eddie Mullen, Stockport. Local colour. Once a month or so I pop my head into the paper shop, surveying keenly swivel-eyed the merchandise on sale inside. Out the ranks of sweat and fag springs Amstrad Action, splendid mag. Full of promise, wisdom, charm, I scoop it deftly into my arms. Feeling flushed with grinsome thrill, I bear my trophy to the till, questing into pockets whence emerge £2.50. Present the coins to cashier girl, no sale rung up, with graceful twirl. I exit said boutique to repair in 4 more weeks. clutch my prize to leg it home, inspired by God to pen a poem. Obvious pseudonym, Hanwell London. Mr. Pseudonym. Lord Byron's bit. Hurrah, we've managed to persuade famous funny man Lord Byron to come out of retirement, death actually, to join the AA staff in judging our crap Poem of the Month contest. He knows a bit about poems and stuff, apparently. Take away, Byron. Oh God, no. Oh woe is us. A new spot appears we'll soon regret. Send your poems by post or bus. We'll study select the crappiest. From Glasgow, Greenwich, Grimsby, Ivor, the worst will win a 25er. That obvious bod came close, according to Rod, for Grinsome Thrill, which made us ill, and blaming God. Eddie's poem wasn't bad, though he'll be sad to hear he hasn't won. Sorry, mate, Christmas is gone. You were too late. This month, Tom Ash wins the cash, well, the voucher, for his rap, which was mega crap, and no one will doubt here. If you, dear reader, are unimpressed, bung your stanzas on some paper, send it to Plant an Acorn, Grow a Tree, here's some Deadpool poetry, at the usual address. Oh, God. Alright, Angry Letter of the Month. Is that time again? I'm writing to you because I'm fed up. It's flipping criminal what people get up to, and no mistake. I'm writing to you because I'm fed up with all the piracy and conning which is going on in this country today. Pirates make me sick because they say that software houses charge too much for their games, and they know full well that most full-price games are good value for money, and they can buy budget games for anything as little as $1.99 upwards. So why do they pirate games? I'll tell you why. As long as there's something to be pirated, it will be pirated. It's in human nature. The one thing I can't understand is why all this fuss about computer games when millions of people copy music cassettes or tape music off the radio. Strange, isn't it? Anyway, on to my second point. There was someone in my class at school and he can do nothing but swindle and con people out of money. This con, he has an ST, that makes things worse, and a double-sided disk drive, and he bought lemmings. Now, being the con that he is, he wrote to Psygnosis, I think that's how you spell it, saying he had a single-sided disk drive, and when he got the other disks back, he pirated the master disk and then sold it with the other disks. If you think that's bad, why didn't you hear this one? He plans to con Cheetah, a nice joystick company, out of some money. He bought a joystick and gave it to somebody for a birthday present, and conveniently it was broken, and now he has written to Cheetah with the said joystick and a few quid to try and get a lot better joystick than the money and the value of the joystick are worth. Not at all, but that's not all, but I haven't got time to write more. Name and address withheld. Oh no, my brain's exploding. Ka-chow! Phew, sorry about that. Now, who was I? Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Name and address withheld. That mate of yours does sound like a right crook. Maybe you should call the police or something. Meanwhile, if anyone else would like to grass up their classmates, feel free to drop us a line. Maybe one of your friends has been writing graffiti in the school bogs. Perhaps someone in your history group picks their nose. Angry Leader of the Month wants to hear from you. I'm off to stick my head in a bucket of porridge whilst humming some Stravinsky. Oh boy. Tir Nog doesn't mean Land of the Dead. We knew that. The Tir Nog mystery solved. When we put Tir Nog on the cover tape, we didn't know what it meant. Land of the Dead, we pondered. We thought. Our readers will know. Tisk. Nog isn't a word in Gaelic, or in any other language for that matter. Just Land of the Nog then. Apart from Norwegian, okay, and Icelandic. Anyway, we slipped up as that you should have been looking for the noun og. The N prefix denotes the. Tir Nog therefore means the land of the young. Nice try, Sean, but no. Ian Shaw, Edinburgh. Tir Nog means land of the young, okay? There's a story behind it. It's something about a legendary Irish hero called Fionn McCormail, pronounced McCool, okay, McCool, and his son Oisin. We're walking through the forest after saving Ireland from, I don't know, ninja bionic aliens or something. Comes some sexy chick. She says she's from a land where nobody grows old, and she thinks Oisin is a ride. She takes Oisin with her for 3 years. However, 3 years in Tir Nog is like 300 in Tir Height, land of the weirdos. So when he came back, his father was long dead. Oh, There's something about him falling off his horse and growing old and going to see St. Patrick. In the game Tiana Nog, a location called Choksuil means eye mound. So nobody's getting confused to the meaning. That's good. By the way, I thought the Turrican 2 demo was crap and not a patch on Turrican 1. Brian O'Higgins, Clonakilty, County Cork. You will be aware that in English we do not refer to a owl, but an owl. The same kind of thing is done in Gaelic with similar words, but the N is added to the following word, the one that starts with the vowel, other than on the end of the preceding word, rather than on the end of the preceding word. My friend Sean sounds like an Irishman, but seems to be sadly short on the Gaelic. The L Plate Cooper, Lisbon, County Antrim. The story goes that this warrior guy, Oisin, met a blonde called Niam, who was from a land where no one grew old. Dallas, probably. Anyway, being a lecher, off goes Oisin to shack up with Niam at this Tiana Nog place. Whatever he was at, he never noticed the time fly, so when he decides to visit home and see how all the lads are getting on without him, it's 300 years later, and not surprisingly all his buddies have kicked the bucket. Well, for one reason or another, he suddenly fell off his horse, aged 300 years, and subsequently died. Oh yes, some bishop or other put in a bit and says that before he died he was baptized by St. Patrick. In these night and days, of course, no one believes a word of it. P.S. Do I get a fiver or a badge or something for this? No. Dermot Frail, Roscommon Town, Ireland. Well, as half the population of Ireland has written to point out, thanks by the way, we made a little boo-boo in our pathetic attempt to translate Gaelic on the AA75 cover tape pages. Sean, whose fault it clearly was, of course, has been beaten around the head repeatedly with an inflatable shamrock and promises not to do it again. He says Amstrad Action isn't educational. Pah! Consoles are criminal. Oh boy, Rawley's world. This man Peter Wally has got some pretty strong opinions, but he's certainly generating a lots of mail, which is why we're giving him his own little slot in reaction. If you agree or disagree strongly with what he says, write to Peter's postbag reaction at the usual AA address. This Christmas, a lot of kids with perfectly good computers will receive Sega or Nintendo consoles. Their brains will be suffering as a result. These consoles have no keyboard, no programming language, no mechanisms that will allow their user to learn about computing. We live in an increasingly technology-based world where kids that grow up without computer skills will be at a disadvantage in the future employment market. Kids who grew up in a household with a computer, particularly one as good as for educational and serious activities as a CPC, will be the lucky ones. Yet so many children now are being allowed to discard their computers in favour of facile games machines. How will the children learn anything of value or worth sat in front of a Mega Drive or an NES? They can't type in their own programs or routines. They can't experiment with BASIC or any of the other programming languages. And there's no serious mind-expanding software at their disposal. The price of the games is also a worry. Where CPC games can be picked up for £1 or less, big box, quattro packs, AA cover tapes, etc. Cartridge games cost anything from £20 to £50. How many children will turn to crime to finance their game playing lusts? Even those that steer clear of criminal activities will probably end up far less intelligent than those who play on real computers. Consoles are turning our children into vegetables. Let's not let this happen. Peter Worley, Ilford. Oh, boy. Peter's postbag. Peter Worley must be a pansy. If he thinks that full-price games should be scrapped because they're too expensive, AA75, he should try looking at the price for Wing Commander 2 on the PC, and that game is definitely not a rip-off, said Psycho, Abington Oxon. I entirely agree with the points made by Peter Worley, AA75. What he says is completely true. Full-price games are just too expensive for the younger kids, who make up a whopping huge hunk of the game's buyers, as on average they receive £2 to £3 a week. After a few months, a game that was £11 plus will come out on the Hit Squad label or similar. Look at games like Turrican, Rainbow Islands, Batman the Movie, etc. The list goes on. Mr. and Mrs. C. Small, Kumacombe, Scotland. I reckon that Peter Wally is mad, scrapping full-price games indeed. I personally think that all computer games should be scrapped. Instead of playing computer games, you all wear woolly hats, light a fire in the back garden and sing Kumbaya. 1, 2, 3, Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya, Kumbaya. Narendra Singh Rantara, Leamington Spa. Mad, quite mad. Have a £25 voucher, Narendra and go and lie down in a darkened room for a few hours. Does anyone fancy arguing with Peter Worley's latest rant? Well, don't bottle it up, then write to Peter's postbag at the usual address. Oh boy, AA Guide to France. Here's the first in a new series of AA Guides to European countries, perfect for you 1992 Euro dudes. And tying in wonderfully with this month's cover feature. Location: France is just across the channel, only 90 minutes away by boat, or 25 in a hovercraft. Or 8 hours doggy paddling, though it may take longer depending on how fast you can swim. Population: 57,623,087, including lots of cycling, onion sellers, and strappy shirts. Language: talk like you're really sleepy, and add the phrase hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw to the end of each sentence. Currency: francs. You can get around 10 of these for £1, so they're cheaper than curly whirlies. CPCs. France has the biggest CPC market in Europe. Software houses include Infogrames, L'Oréal, and Ubisoft, and some others. What to see? The Eiffel Tower, the picture of the grumpy chick in the Louvre, the Arc de Triomphe, and that's it. Useful phrases: Je voudrais beber de litre de bière. A small Coca-Cola, please. I don't know French. I'm going to try to pronounce this. Things to do: become an artist and hang around the cafes. Fall in love. Bleh. Do the "Hey waiter, have you got frog's legs, or is this just the way you walk" joke. Spend some time in a French hospital. Warnings: don't mention Hastings. Oh, hang on, they won that one, didn't they? Don't mention Waterloo then, or Euston. Don't drink the water. Gargle it instead. It's great fun. Famous Frenchies: Napoleon, General de Gaulle, that chap on Rapido who talks too fast. Yeah, that's everything you need to know about France. Please help with SWIV's world. How do you click the boo? I have a problem with my tins, block, and full. Okay. Small ads. Virtually unused. Good. The best in quality games. Pocket money prices, only $3.99 each. I think the days of getting £1.99 games is probably over by this point. Mouse. Free mouse mat and mouse holder with $12.99 with each package. Ooh, fancy. On the grapevine, here's our charts. Full price: Disney's Excellent Adventures, Codemasters, WWF Ocean, The Simpsons Ocean, Toodles 2, The Coin Op, Microsoft, Terminator 2 Ocean, Smash TV Ocean, Manchester United Europe, it's still there, Chrysalis, Cartoon Collection, Codemasters, Disney Collection, Codemasters, World Class Rugby, Audiogenic. Budget: Robocop, Hit Squad, Moonwalker, Kicks, Turrican, Kicks, Chase HQ, Kicks, Seymour Goes to Hollywood, Codemasters, Heroes of the Lance, Kicks, Batman the Movie, Hit Squad, Power Drift, Hit Squad, Operation Thunderbolt, Hit Squad, Quattro Fantastic, Codemasters. On the grapevine with Captain Planet. Listen, kids, the planet's in right all 2 and 8. There's poison in the water, a hole in the sky, and lots of other stuff like that. Face it, we need help. And hurrah, here it comes. It's some bloke in tights called Captain Planet. And oh, look, he's got some mates with him, the Planeteers. He'll deal with slime and sludge, tree fellers and polluters. Hurrah for the Cap and his mates in the Ever So Green cartoon series. And double hurrah because they're appearing in a computer game from those Mindscape bods too. Captain Planet came in just as this issue was going to press, and we've been having a little bit of a tinkle with it. It's a horizontally scrolling shoot 'em up sort of thing, and it looks quite spanky. We're giving it a full action test treatment next month. But in the meantime, remember you can get Captain Planet videos, books, badges, aerosol deodorants, ivory necklaces, and nuclear repossessing plants. Hurrah! Hardly. Captain Planet Mindscape is available now, priced $10.99 cassette and $15.99 disc. Look for a full review next month. Baby Joe. Superheroes are getting younger all the time. Captain Planet, with his Pat Sharp haircut and his boyish dimples, can't be any older than 23 or 24. That's bus pass time compared to the new kid on the block. Baby Joe. Baby Joe is the latest game from top French softies Logiciel to get distributed over here. In this case, by fellow Froggies Infogrames. The hero, Baby Joe, is a baby called Joe, but no ordinary baby, dear me, no. Joe has got loads of superhero powers, most of which come from his super diaper. That's American for nappy. The whole thing sounds a bit niffy. Ho hum. It's a horizontal avoid 'em up, and it's difficult, very difficult. We'll get a review to you as soon as we've managed to get off the first level, which we'll do in time for next month's issue, we promise. Baby Joe Logiciel is distributed by Infogrames and should be out in the shops by any time now. Check out this next month's action test for the full SP. The word is out. Blimey, there have been so many games running on us in the Christmas New Year period that we still haven't got through them all. There's Ocean's Hudson Hawk, the great game with a crap film, which we'll be putting through its paces next month. There's US Gold's Mega Twins and Bonanza Brothers. Gremlin's Potential Yowza, Space Crusade, The Shoe People, the educational thingy from First Class, and loads of others that we're expecting Mr. Posey to be popping through the letterbox any day now. Oh yeah, and Rodland from those bods at Storm. Crikey O'Reilly, next time some smug amigo owner tells you the 8-bit market is finished, pop them on the nose for being stupid. So what else have we got to look forward to in 1992? Well, there's Ocean's 2 film licenses. Hook, the Spielberg Peter Pan film, which is due out in March, and The Addams Family. Let's hope the game's something like as fab as the film, which is due out a little while after that. Then there's Robocop 3 on cartridge, which is being put together even as we speak. Incidentally, the reason console games sometimes take longer to appear is that it takes a couple of months to manufacture the cartridges. Interesting, eh? Oh yeah, and Ocean's bought the rights to the BBC cartoon The Legend of Prince Valiant. So we might well see that appearing on the CBC at some stage. Possibly. Oh, and US Guild's game of the non-existent film Indy 4, The Fate of Atlantis, also on its way. No confirmed date on that one yet. Then there's the Blues Brothers. Get ready for a review any day now. Then there's the French games on their way, and there's loads of other games that no one's told us about yet, because they're secret. Blimey! Wow, it's a Rottweiler, a flippin' Rottweiler. Yeah, nice doggy, woof woof. I'll just go and get you a bonus something. Eek. Yeah. A bunch of those, there's a few of those that didn't get released. Don't remember Hook getting released. Robocop 3 didn't get released. Don't remember The Legend of Prince Valiant. I don't know about that one. And Mega Twins didn't get released, although a sort of a prototype version did make its way out at some point, if I remember correctly. Anyway, 2/3 of them I think got released, so that's something. Alright, Double Dragon 3. In the world of ninja kick-em-ups, the name Double Dragon is pretty famous. It was the first game which recently took a major excursion through the budget charts, and the sequel, Double Dragon 2, also featured a 1990 compilation. Now, there's a third game called, get ready for a shock, Double Dragon 3. We haven't seen it yet, but we reckon there's going to be lots of fighting in it. Oh, and it's subtitled The Rosetta Stone, so it's probably got some stuff about Egypt, pyramids and hieroglyphics in it. Want to know more? Then tune in next month when we dish the dirt, or the gold dust, in the Madcap Action Pack Action test. But where mindless violence comes with a smile. Hurrah! Again. Double Dragon 3 Storm is racing towards the shops. Nunchuckers at the ready. Even as we speak, AA will be giving a going over next month. Don't worry, this is a Spectrum screenshot. Oh, Spectrums. You got to laugh, haven't you? Super Seymour. Crikey, 3 games about superheroes. Is this a new games topic for 92? This dude should be familiar to most of you. That Dick Turpin mask and cape can't hide the fact that it's that Seymour bloke. You know, the one who went to Hollywood. In true Disney style, the chap's into more than just adventures. This is an arcade game. Lots of jumping in it. Super Seymour Codemasters will be out in time for sometime in January. Priced at $3.99 cassette. Look for it in next month's budget bonanza. Yeah, we're getting a lot of what's going to be in next month's issue, aren't we? It's Bombjack, cried Prof, wandering past. No, it isn't. I mean, the costume looks the same. Duh. Spectrum screenshot. Next month. So, what have we got in store for you next month then, Pop Pickers? Eyeball this lot. Public domain special. What is public domain software? Where can I get it from? What are the 10 best PD programs available? We reveal all in a special feature. Art Gallery. It's been on holiday for a few months, but it's back. Next month, cast your eyes over the latest AA readers' artistic endeavours. Reaction. More angry letters, less poems, and Peter Worley waxing lyrical on the subject of aliens. Don't miss it. Budget Bonanza. We've done compilations instead this month, but in the March issue, the budget section returns with details of the latest original Super Seymour and re-release Robocop Budgies. Hurrah! Action test. Captain Planet, Baby Joe, Double Dragon 3, Hudson Hawk, and loads of others get the AA joystick bashing treatment. Cheat Mode, the latest games and some golden oldies get the poking, cheating, multi-facing treatment from Phil Howard and his chums. Plus, the next installment in our graphic adventure creator series, the Borg up to his adventuring tricks, PD software and arcade adventures in the buyer's guide, more machine code, we don't know loads of stuff. Oh yes, and a jam-packed Marblade stuffed cover tape. Blimey. 1992, the French Connection. Everyone knows that 1992 is a big thing coming up at the end of the century. But at the time of this economic revolution draws nearer, the press and the politicians are getting ever more vague about what it involves. So what is it? How will it affect our lives? And what does it mean for the CPC? The European computer market is weird. Surely, if a machine is good, it will do well everywhere. Apparently not. Different nationalities take the different machines differently. Take the Spicky, for example. The British took this ghastly little beast to their hearts in the mid-80s. So much so that it's been the biggest seller of all the 8-bit micros in the UK. Yet, on the continent, not a sausage. Those canny Europeans won't touch it with a barge pole. The CPC is different. It's done pretty well in the UK since its launch, but nothing like as well as it's done in France. According to current industry estimates, there are anything up to 1 million CPCs in France. After France, Spain is the next strongest CPC market across the pond. Italy? Not many. Germany? A few more, but again, the machine didn't really take off in the same big way it did in France and the UK. But even though the CPC did well in France and the UK, the two markets are still quite different. In the UK, approximately half of the CPCs out there are tape machines. The French, however, almost exclusively for the 6128. It's partly due to differences in the way the machines have been promoted in the two countries. Amstrad France works separately to Amstrad UK, but mainly because the markets are just so different. The main difference is that the cassette is such a popular format in the UK, all 3 8-bit machines, the CPC, Spectrum and Commodore 64, will load from tape, and all publishers produce tape versions of games. The French, however, don't seem to like tapes, not one bit, which is good if you own a disc machine, since there aren't the same problems getting hold of disc versions of games. Many AA readers report trouble finding disc games. The bad side is that if you don't have tapes, how can you release games on budget? Quite. Indeed, the French don't actually have a budget market to speak of at all, which makes it all the more amazing that the CPC should still be such a popular format in France. After all, it's been assumed that the 8-bit machines in the UK have been kept going beyond their expected sell-by date by the strong budget market in this country. While full price releases are dropping off, the budget market remains very active, especially with re-released full price games. Why has the French market kept going without these budget sales? The bad news. Of course, even in France, the CPC won't keep going forever, no machine does. But amongst the French software houses, there is some disagreement as to how long it will keep going. Ubisoft, for example, is less than optimistic. As a spokesperson explained, the CPC market in France is still quite strong with certain titles, but it's declining a lot. When there is a good game, people will buy it, and it will have good sales on the Amstrad. But it is declining, and for us as a publisher, it's not really worthwhile. It's very expensive to convert a game onto the Amstrad, and it's difficult to get the money back. There is no budget market in France. I don't understand why there should be no budget market. It's not very logical to me. Maybe it's because the retailers don't want it. I don't know. And the good news. That's only part of the picture. L'Oréal's version is quite different. Basically, to be honest, Amstrad at the moment is still 40 to 45% of our sales. Atari is 20%, PC is 20%, and Amiga is only 10%. The Amstrad market should be declining, but L'Oréal is doing great games for the CPC because it sells so much. The console has flopped. In some places, it's down to about 10 quid, and it's doing really badly. They put the price much too high at the beginning, and it's got a bad image. We ask, are you going to carry on producing games for the standard CPC? Definitely. Console calamity. Whatever the French software houses say about the CPC market, and everyone has agreed on the GX4000 and the Plus models. The GX4000 flopped. Things went a bit better in France for the Plus machines, much as they did over here, but Amstrad's relaunch was still something of a non-event. The problems were much the same in France as the UK. The French software houses think the GX4000 costs too much compared to the competition, the Sega Master System and the Nintendo Entertainment System. True, the GX4000 did weigh in at up to £30 more than these veteran 8-bit machines, but a more telling factor was the lack of software support. You could then, and still can, buy Sega and Nintendo games anywhere. You can now buy them in Tesco's, for heaven's sake. But where could you buy Amstrad games? The problem seemed to be that Amstrad seemed to only do half a job in persuading publishers to write console games. Then there was so much slippage that few games were actually available by the launch date. Then publishers were reporting that the duplication process was taking months rather than weeks. The last straw was that when games did come out, it was in a kind of weedy trickle rather than a great rush. The things were simply not commonly available. Of course, it didn't take dealers long to get cold feet, and as soon as Dixon's and the other major retail chains saw that the machine wasn't doing well, they dropped it. And that was the end of the GX4000. The Plus has done a little better, since it does have more than just played non-existent console games. However, has it sold any more than the old CPC would have? Future prospects. It's very difficult to get accurate sales figures for the computers, but there would appear to be towards 1 million CPCs in France, and at least half that number in the UK. That's one hell of a lot of machines. And while many software publishers are muttering darkly about pulling out of the CPC market, particularly in the UK, can they really afford to ignore all those machines out there? Will they? Just as interesting is the fact that the UK has a strong budget market, while France has a strong full-price market. Now, with trade barriers soon to disappear, making inter-European trade, we like big words here, both easier and cheaper, maybe both the publishers and the computer users can benefit from 1992 and the single European market. Only time will tell. Yeah, talk about a common Europe. Ooh. Parlez-vous français? France might have the biggest and most active CPC market in Europe, but what good does it do us over here if all the software is in French? Fortunately for us, English is more commonly spoken in France than French is in this country, and most French games and programs come with English instructions too. Take a look at most arcade games and you'll realise that the gameplay usually speaks for itself. As long as the manual can tell you what's supposed to be happening, you can work out the rest. The problems arise with technical programs or adventure games, where there may be on-screen instructions or menus. Then it's a question of whether the software house concerned thinks it's worth doing a special English version, which is bound to involve quite a lot of reprogramming. There's an another problem too. A French software house will need to come to some arrangement with a UK company over distribution before it can sell its games over here. Needless to say, distribution in the UK costs money, albeit not necessarily any more than it would in France. On top of that, though, are the various taxes and duties levied on imports. That last factor is the one most likely to be affected by 1992. It may make the difference between French companies exporting their software and simply not bothering. Ubisoft. Ubisoft is much less keen on the CPC than L'Oréal, but still proposes to produce CPC games when the right title comes along. Certainly, Ubisoft has scored some notable successes in the UK when it's decided to distribute stuff over here. The interest in the epic role-playing adventure Iron Lord was huge, even before an English translation was prepared, and the futuristic role-playing game BAT scored a master game in AA, and also did well with the public. More recently, Ubisoft has produced Equinox, 83%, AA75, a fascinating new music package for the CPC. The first serious release from a major publisher for some time. Will there be any more? We shall have to wait and see, but maybe European publishers will wake up to the fact that the CPC market may be twice as large once Europe becomes a single economic community. It's a nice thought. The Reciel. This is one French company that doesn't think the CPC is on its way out, with something like 40% of its total software sales on this one format, twice as much as any other single format. L'Oréal is not only definitely continuing to produce games for the CPC, it is looking to distribute them in the UK. First to be released will be Baby Joe, but two more titles in the offing, subject to distribution deals being struck, a puzzle game, Guardians, and shoot 'em up Thunderburner. L'Oréal hasn't quite given up on the console either. Look out for the long-awaited Copter 271 and Panzer Kickboxing. One of those hot new titles when we have it. I don't remember either Guardians or Thunderblast at all, Thunderburner at all, so... Anyway. Onwards. Forum. Are you being drive around the bed by technical problems you simply can't sort out? Write to Forum and our resident boffin Adam Waring will try to help. These joystick port pinouts. Plenty of pages. Can you link up an electronic keyboard to your CPC via this earphone tape socket on your CPC? Probably, but would it do you any good? Oh, okay. Read this! Yeah, no thanks. Mastering Machine Code. Welcome to part 6 of Mastering Machine Code. Did you get lots of games for Christmas? And have you played them to death by now? Well, how about writing your own? This month, we look at some routines to move sprites around the screen. Andy Price delves deep into his assembler. These are listings. Education. Picture book. $12.95 cassette. $15.95 disc. Triple R Education. 1 Percy Street, Sheffield. When was the last time some decent educational software came out for the CPC? Not many months ago, actually. Fun School 3. Fun School 4 should be out any day now. And in the meantime, here's Triple R's picture book. Adam Peters boots it up and tries to learn something. Picture book offers simple spelling, counting, and object recognition fun for the 2 to 5 age group, calling itself Essential Software for the Early Learning. Picture book comes complete with what the box describes as 2 revolutionary keyboard overlays. And for once, this is no exaggeration. In fact, no sooner had we opened the box than the keyboard overlays leapt out, stormed the town hall, tried and executed the mayor and lady mayoress, and set up a provincial government to administer a society based on workers' autonomy and the fair and equal distribution of wealth. No, just kidding. They didn't really do that. They just went down the chippy instead. Okay then, they just sat there, at least until we got out the Velcro-like sticky-backed thingies and attached one to the keyboard. The idea is that since young kiddies aren't really au fait with capital letters, you can attach this freezer bag-like thing with small letters on it over the computer keyboard. They're quite clever actually, and you get both a standard QWERTY one and an alphabetical ABC etc. one. Smart. The programs themselves are a bit limited in that there are only 26 words to play around with, and you can't get out of a prog without having to break and run. The package is a single load, unprotected basic file. All in all, though, very colourful and a lot of fun. Hurrah! Good news! Bright and colourful. Does the business. Overlays are a nice gimmick. Bad news, keyboard overlays not CPC specific. Only 26 words. Verdict 74%. Action test. We've finally got the reviews. Crikey, Paperboy 2 scores the master game? So does it put Ocean's WWF in the shade? Look out too for Battle Command. Here are Paperboy 2, deliver those papers. WWF, grapple fans ahoy. Battle Command, tank busting tactics galore as you take on 10 one-man missions. Compilation crazy. 17 games in 3 packs, bugs galore. Or are they? G-Loc, is it a flight sim? Is it an arcade game? Find out on page 50. First thing we've got is Superheroes by Domark. $10.99 cassette, $17.99 disc. Old games never die. They simply get put onto Christmas New Year compilations a couple of years after their shelf life is expired. Domark's Superheroes compilation is made up of 4 such golden oldies. In fact, the Superheroes compilation is well past its sell-by date. Last Ninja 2. This is a direct specky port with monochrome graphics throughout. The plot's pretty much what you'd expect. You take control of the last of the ninja warriors in a fight against evil, etc. It's an isometric 3D game and the backdrops are quite impressive and realistic looking, even though it's a mono-spicky port. It's a bit of a pain to play, however, as the control system is a bit fiddly. You can disappear behind objects and so not have a clear idea of what you're supposed to be doing. There are plenty of baddies to have fisticuffs with, but this is a tedious process as it takes ages to render them senseless. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This is the license of the third and final film in the series. Final, sure, okay. You play the hatted hero and have to complete a series of sections to finish the game. Once again, the game suffers from spickitis. At least there's a bit of variety this time. The screen changes colour to represent your torch burning down. The sprites are quite large and you can recognise Indy quite well. The animation is a bit rough and could have done with a few more frames and more fluid movement. It's too slow too, jumping is particularly pathetic and Indy takes an age to come back down to earth. The Spy Who Loved Me. The action starts off in Bond's car. He has to race up a road, avoiding the oncoming traffic and trying desperately not to crash. This is quite easy and you should have no problem making it to level 2 on your first go. Next, it's into a speedboat. Basically, it's more the same, but with ramps to take you over jetties that stick out in the water. There are some nice graphical effects, such as road cones that go spinning off the road when you bump into them. This is the nicest looking game in the collection, and feels the most competently programmed. Okay, it's a trifle easy though, and you have to wonder about the game's longevity. Strider 2. The original Strider was excellent. Unfortunately, the follow-up was a letdown. And it's this that makes the 4th game in the set. Actually, it's available on a couple of other superior compilations too. Goodness knows why it's so popular. It's not much of a game. It's colourful, but the graphics aren't all that hot. Movement is slow, and the worst crime of the game is that it's far too easy. You've got loads of energy, and after a while get fed up dodging your enemies, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of difference whether they crash into you or not. You usually expect sequels to be better than the originals. Yeah, how often does that happen? My second opinion, dear oh dear, there's not much that's heroic about this little lot. Indiana Jones and Strider 2 are horrible, but you can keep the rest. Verdict, 53%. Last Ninja 2, 52%. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, 51%. The Spy Who Loved Me, 68%. Strider 2, 63%. Well, thank God we've played them all before so we don't have to play them again. So our first game we get to play is Paperboy 2 by Mindscape, $10.99 cassette, $15.99 disc. Well, hey, it's the bonus bit. Those are the targets we're supposed to hit, and that's the sandwall we actually hit. Oops. Aha! It's one of those medieval castles you find in every suburban cul-de-sac, except in this one there's two of them. Call us born pessimists, but we don't reckon that paper's going to land in the mailbox. Pick up that bundle of papers on the left, if you like. Hey, let's be honest. This isn't the most glamorous of subjects for a computer game, is it? No disrespect to all our wonderful paper boys and paper girls who do a terrific job, probably, but getting up at 7 a.m. and shoving the Daily Telegraph through someone's door hardly compares with being a Formula One driver or a space commando, does it? Not to worry, Paperboy 2 is the sequel to the 1985 game Paperboy. It's very similar indeed to the original. There's the same hazards, the same bonus racetrack bits, etc., but the graphics have been improved, the gameplay tweaked, and you can deliver to both sides of the road now. Oh, and you can choose to be a paper girl instead, if you like. Hurrah! But it's still called Paperboy, though, isn't it? The action takes place across 6 days, mainly to Monday to Saturday. You get Sundays off, unlike supermarket staff. Before each day, you get shown the cover of that morning's paper, the headline of which might have something to do with what's happening in the game, but then again, might not. The delivery bit takes place in two halves. You deliver to each side of the street in turn, and before each half you get shown a plan of the houses, with the subscribers' homes indicated. These are the ones you need to deliver to. Then again, they're also the only ones with post boxes, so you'll have difficulty delivering to any of the others even if you want to. If you miss any letters boxes, the householders are so incensed with your sloppiness that they cancel their subscription forthwith. Boo! If you manage to deliver to everyone on your round, though, other people in the street see how fab you are and subscribe themselves. Hurrah! There was a lot of bitter rivalry in the shadowy, mafia-like world of news agency. Just kidding, newsies. Remember, AA is distributed by Future Publishing and is available from your wholesaler. It's newsy out there, and any paper peep who lets the side down is history, so lose all your subscribers and you're finished. Also, you've got 7 lives, and you lose 1 each time you cycle into a wall, or similar. After the delivery bit, you can get a bonus thingy where you cycle down a racetrack, jumping rivers and avoiding bollards. It's bollards. Whilst chucking any undelivered papers at targety things. It doesn't matter much if you die on this bit, you don't lose a life. Once that's over, you get docked points for any windows or walls you've smashed or splattered, and then progress on the next day. If you survive the week, you get promoted to a different street with nastier hazards. Haunted graveyards instead of castles, etc. And you keep going on like that until you lose all your lives or subscribers, or until you finish it and win, presumably. The sprites are quite small and fiddly, and you don't need to hit a ramp dead on to jump, but collision detection isn't at all bad, really. Try shimmying through the bollards on the racetrack bit, for example. There's no sound, at least on the 464 version, apart from a little tune but halfway through loading. P2 is an updated version of a very old game, which somehow seems in 1992 as good as anything else around. Any game that can keep you coming back for more, like this one, must have something rather special. Top tip: just select 1 or 2 houses you can deliver to easily, houses 2 and 5 on the right, for instance, and don't bother with the rest. This is in fact the same tactic your reviewer used a few years ago when he did a real paper round. Yeah, how long did you last, pray tell? 2 days. But that's not the point. Or maybe it is. I don't know. First day target score. Get to the 3rd street. Paperboy promotion. Second opinion. What's the difference between this and the original? A good game is a good game, I suppose, but this one is a real blast from the past. Things to avoid. There's a lot of hazardsome things that cause probs for paper deliverers, both in real life and in the game. Here are a few of them. Curbs. In real life, it's possible to cycle into these without coming a cropper, provided you get enough speed up. Try it on Paperboy too, though, and you'll end up flat on your back whistling tunes from the Sound of Music. What a con, eh? I want my money back. What money? Hedges. Cycling into hedges is not really to be recommended in any circumstances. Try it for real and you'll end up covered in scratches and we're still creepy crawlies. Try it in the game and you'll lose a life. Fences. If you cycle fast enough into a flimsy wooden fence, you can probably knock it down. Try it on a neighbour's fence sometime. But not in the game though, that's just in real life. You have to jump them in the game, using those conveniently placed ramps. Traffic. It's a sad fact of life that if a bike, even a spanky 21 gear mountain bike jobby, goes up against an articulated lorry, the bike tends to come off worst. So be careful. Runaway prams. Aha! Hardly the most common of problems for paper peeps in the real world, but the cause of major amounts of swerving in this game. Try chucking a paper at them from the safety of the road. A good shot and a Paperboy saves baby is the headline for the next day's paper. Ah, shucks. Delivery men. These wander aimlessly out in front of you, the way that delivery men are trained to. But why are half the houses on the street having sofas delivered, and the other half window panes? Actually, we can understand the window panes. Our accuracy in the Guardian bungling department is being somewhat less than impressive. Bin men, the indignity of it all, knocked off your bike by a big black bag full of pizza boxes and empty beer cans. It's all bin bags ever contain, isn't it? No, it isn't, Adam. Well, it's all my bin bags ever contain. Yes, Adam, we know. So what else do you get in bin bags then? You'll find out if you don't get on with the review. Flip and flip, it's like Alcatraz here. Savage dogs. Evil killer Rottweilers that bite off your leg, seriously impeding your cycling abilities in the process. Well, actually, they look more like little fluffy Pekinese who couldn't bite the leg off a thing with a very loose leg. But you'll still come a cropper if they pounce on you, little gits. Ghosts! Ghosts? Ghosts? Be serious! Who's that tall bloke in the black coat holding a scythe? Death? Alright, yeah, like you get ghosts and horsemen of the apocalypse hanging around street corners when you're doing your paper round, eh, kids? Happens all the time, doesn't it? Cannonballs. And castles too, eh? We're not too sure about this bit. Right, Paperboy 2, Verdict. Graphics, 84%. Small but sweet sprites and dead pretty backgrounds. Sonics, 30%. Barely a dicky bird on the 464 version. Grab factor, 85%. Paperboy 2 is faster than your average cycling sim. Staying power, 89%. And there's loads of game to it as well. Rating, 91%. Curiously addictive gameplay. And a nice change from the usual alien blasting affair. Alright. Now we get to play it. Finally. Get into games. And I'm getting these wrong here. Okay. Alright. Off we go. Paperboy 2! Paperboy 2. Paperboy 2, choose one or two. Play as Paperboy or play as Papergirl. Papergirl. Oh boy. Mindscape presents Paperboy 2, copyright 10Gen, all rights reserved. Dave Perry and Nick Bruty. Choose option. 1 keyboard, 2 joystick. Press escape to abort. Yeah, here's a Dave Perry game. Let's go. Ghostly goings on. Easy Street, Monday. What did I fall over? I don't know what I fell over. Whee! Whoa, fence! Ow. Yeah, there's damn trams, huh? Break that window. Easy Street. This is the other side of the road. So you don't want to do wanton destruction like on the original game. That's annoying. It's always the fun bit. I miss it. Hey, got one. Oh no, I hit the hedge. I'm dead. Alright, bonus stage. Whee! I'm out of papers. You don't get papers back. Any bad hit points? Gee, lose points. Subscriptions lost. Oh. Sour lemon law. Oh, there they go, the sofas. Oh, it's a pram. Break that window. That seems safer. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can speed up and slow down. Slow down. Probably should have speed up maybe. Or slow down or something. Start. Where are my targets? Oh. You've lost all your subscriptions. You're fired. Yeah, aiming is hard. Paperboy fired. Just one Papergirl in. I think I prefer the original game. Try again. Ghost house damaged. Missed. God, how are you supposed to... Oh, out of papers. Oh, hit a cone. We did. Right. Sour lemon law. Oh, that didn't help at all. Oh, God. Here's your papers. Well, lost that subscriber. Oh, come on. Let's keep going. You know, with subscribers. What? He's got one subscriber left. 2. Huh? Start. Wait, is it in the TARDIS add to a broken stuff boat thing? That seems wrong. Finish. Paperboy saves baby. No subscribers here. Just sit here and do this. Alright. Oh, got cannonballed. Oh, I hit the curb. I'm dead. Okay, we saved our subscribers later. We've still got 2 subscribers. Start. Ow. Clear run, subscriptions 1. Onescape number 1. Right through last one. Oh, splat. Oh. And the Paperboy fired. He died. Yeah, I think I prefer the first game, the first Paperboy. Move on. It's what it is. It's kind of simplified it a bit. Back to the magazine. Next game. WWF Wrestlemania. This is on the title screen right here. Grappler Bunga. WWF is an American wrestling game. All strange costumes, jumping on heads and making funny noises, and sweating a lot, and shouting, and being threatening, and so on. Die, fascist pig dog. It's all just pretend, really, isn't it? We're mates, really. WWF wrestling is the latest craze. Everyone's at it. Playgrounds will never be the same again. Alright, WWF. Ocean, $12.99 cassette, $15.99 disc. Wrestlers are rumcoves. They wear tights for a start. Englishmen have worn tights since time immemorial. Look at Robin Hood. But in America, only superheroes wear pantyhose, as they say over there. Which figures, seeing as this WWF business is all about good guys and bad guys. It's also a tad different from proper wrestling. You see, in real wrestling, you're not actually meant to hurt anyone. All the moves are choreographed, and when one chap hits another, he stamps his foot on the ground to make that authentic thumping sound. This does not happen in Ocean's latest super duper joystick wrangler. Oh no! WWF is basically a muscle bound, tight wearing beat 'em up, and it's pretty darn spiffy. First up, you have to choose your chap. You've got a choice of three, and each one has his own special move, depending on your mood. It can be Hulk Hogan with his giant, great pole driver move, the power slamming British Bulldog, or the gorilla pressing Ultimate Warrior. It's a tough decision, and you'll probably end up going for the chap in the spankiest outfit. Here's a quick bit of advice. Go for the British Bulldog. He might look a bit crap, but with that strangly long hair and all in one white body stocking, there's very little he doesn't know about picking up a chap by the ankles and pounding his head on the floor. This probably has something to do with the fact that he grew up in Leeds and thinks that all these Americans are Nancy's. The computer takes the part of your opponent, Mr. Perfect. This chap's a smug git, and you really can't wait to get in that ring and chuck him, green leotard and all, into a lap of sedentary granny. Mr. Perfect is convinced that he's going to pin you in the first 3 seconds, and it's pretty hard to prove him wrong. Time to climb in the ring, who you reckon? The basic screen doesn't change at all throughout the game. You just got the ring and the players. Sounds a bit boring, doesn't it? Well, don't go away, because it isn't. You see, there's simply no need for any spanky scrolling or state-of-the-art special effects. All you need for maximum fun is what you get. 2 chunky geezers and a rubber mat. It's an easy game to grasp, but it's also difficult enough to keep you busy for quite a while. Because as a joystick waggler, you really have to put all your energy into waggling as quickly as possible. Now and then you might worry about breaking your joystick, and for a split second you'll stop waggling. At that point, Mr. Perfect will tip you over his perfect shoulders and flop straight onto your stomach from a great height. It probably hurts a great deal. It's also virtually impossible to get out of. That Mr. Perfect, eh? What a spangly swine. It's dead annoying when you get pinned down, but even more annoying is the fact that whenever you knock Mr. Old Perfecto for 6, you suddenly decide to sprint around the ring. It's sort of a victory dance, but it does stop you from using that perfect tummy as a trampoline. This is the only real problem with WWF. Everything else is spot on. Your wrestler is well animated and can circle Mr. Perfect at quite a speed. When your opponent starts to get a bit dizzy, lunge forward and get him on the neck with your special move. Hurrah! And when you get into a grapple with the perfect one, you can also see those muscles bubbling. Then, when he decides to wipe his feet on your stomach, your curled up body bounces up and down on the mat. There's some really good moves in WWF, and once you've attained some sort of mastery over the controls, you can really start throwing your weight around. As well as putting your special super sexy move to use and throwing your opponent out the ring, you can also go in for a bit of slamming. Simply heave yourself off the ropes and run smack into Mr. Perfect's considerable bulk. When you're almost perfect and not afraid of the green-clad Mr. Perfect at all, you can jump out of the ring on one side and leap on the other side straight into his firm but unsuspecting back. Oof! His teeth hit the rubber mat and you'll have no problems pinning him. Ha! Nobody's perfect, not even the exception to the rule. WWF is quite difficult, but it's ace fun. It truly is. Yours truly is a bit of a wrestling freak, so she really enjoyed it. But it's even worth a go with your average Big Daddy hater. Especially worth checking out as a 2-player option. Get a couple of WWF fans into this and they won't care about anything else. The joystick waggling all gets dead hectic, and somehow you can never get it to waggle fast enough. But you know the next time you'll waggle perfectly. Time for another go. WWF is quite a big thing at the moment, so if you've got the pencil and ruler set, the bag, the blow-up doll, and the movable figure, then you can't do better than go and buy this. Then stock up on the joysticks, slip in a pair of tights, and get waggling. Linda Barker. Okay. Verdict. Oh, we'll get the rest of this first before we do that. Second opinion. The 2-player mode is great, but be warned, a contest might end in genuine fisticuffs. It's so involved and easy to get into. Smart. First day target score beat Mr. Perfect. Ha! Got him! No, hang on. We're the one in yellow, aren't we? Oh dear. Right. If you've got something to say it now. The action moves out of the ring. Well, hey! Now, who's throwing who here? Let's see. We're being thrown. Damn. Wrestling. A beginner's guide. And remember, kids, don't try this at home. Not unless there's a responsible adult present and correct. Decide whether you want to be a goodie or a baddie. This will affect everything you do in the ring. Goodies play by the rules, and baddies cheat, basically. Think up a really decent moniker. Baddies should go for place names where previous baddies have hung out. Any German or Japanese town will do. Ideal names for goodies include anything with a boy on the end. Jimmy Boy, for example. Get your kits sorted out. Goodies wear white, glitter, Union Jacks, and briefs with their name embroidered on the back. Baddies look good in black, red, cloaks, and masks. Devise your own personal move. This can be a bit tricky, so here's some ideas. The crook bouncer. Get your opponent on the floor and stretch his arms out. When they're straight, sit on his stomach and place each knee in the crook of his elbow. Raise yourself up and bounce up and down on your knees. Ouch! The back slam. Whilst your opponent is standing up, climb onto the ropes and lunge forward. Head first into his back. He'll go crashing into the floor and hopefully won't be able to move for at least 2 hours. The main problem with this one is that you'll have to make sure your opponent doesn't move. The head bash roll. Stand on one of the posts and your opponent will come over and try to knock you off. Choose your moment well and jump onto his shoulders. He'll try and knock you off by leaning forward, hold tight to his ears and roll between his legs. He'll then go crashing head first into the mat. His head will hurt, but you'll be okay because you just executed a perfect forward roll. Note, these are moves that both goodies and baddies can use. The only difference is that baddies have to punch their opponents in the face at the same time. Ugh. Yeah, that's how it works. A verdict. Graphics 88%. Not immensely colourful, but clear and very well animated. Sonic 61%. Standard aluminum sheeting being flexed. Computer combat noises. Grab factor 90%. It's easy to learn how to wiggle a joystick. Just don't break it. Staying power 91%. Hard enough to give you a run for your money. Great with 2 players. Rating 90%. Leotard wearers everywhere should be queuing to get their rather large fists on this one. Okay. Alright, I have to use this in virtual machine. Because this is the thing that plotting does and crashes. Or crashes the emulator. Well, not crashes, but locks it up. Alright, so I have to do a bit more setup here. Well, I can just run it from here. I can run it from here, but it doesn't, for whatever reason, it doesn't put the window in the compositor for unknown reasons. The disk. Oh yeah, it loads the. It puts the file dialog in there with compositor though for reasons. Which one was it? Main one. Fine. we got to recapture? Because of course we do. Not one. So is that a bit? Ah. Alright. So change the scene. Ah. Sorry, 991, Titan Sports Inc., Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, Hulk's and trademarks of Marvel Entertainment Group. WWF Wrestlemania. Ocean. Presents WWF. Produced by Twilight. Hulk Hogan, trademark. Weight 303 pounds from Venice Beach, California. Birthday August 11th. Trademark old pole driver. Hulk Hogan, trademark known for unfaltering courage and strength in the face of adversity. Favorite quote: what you gotta do when the largest arms in the world in Hulkamania run wild on you? Ultimate Warrior, trademark. Weight 275 pounds from parts unknown. Birthday unknown. Trademark Gorilla Press. Known for being a fearless WWF competitor. Favorite quote: can't feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior. British Bulldog, trademark. Weight 275 pounds from Leeds, England. Birthday December 12th. Trademark old Power Slam. Known for his incredibly thick physique. Favorite quote: the British Bulldog is going to take the bite out of the WWF. Wonderful. Alright. I'll have to enable a joystick. Alright. Let's go. Return to play as Hulk Hogan. Be space to continue. We can't press space because that's one of the buttons, isn't it? Oh, guess we're Hulk Hogan then. Oh, return. Oh, we get music. Select controls. Joystick. I'm gonna get a quick drink. I think I'll be back in a minute. Enjoy the music. Alright. Ready? Did it? Alright. One player game, let's go. You might be big, you might be strong, you might look good, but you just ain't perfect. I don't like the look of that J. Slick reply. You might be perfect, but what you gonna do when the largest arms in the world and the power of Hulkamania run wild on ya? The only thing perfect about you is the defeat you will suffer from me with the power from the Hulkamaniacs. In 1984, Hulkamania was born. Now it's stronger than ever. And I feel sorry for you, Mr. Perfect, when the Hulkamaniacs get hold of you, dude. Yeah, let's go with that. You only get three options. So he says it. They say nobody's perfect, but then they say the exception proves the rule. Into the ring we go. Oh. Oh, double tap to run. Oh. 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 He's not too stupid here. Oh. Got He missed. Oh, power driver! Ah, no, we're getting asses kicked. Ow. Oh. Okay, you can stop that now. Oh, well, we get asses kicked. Oh. It's a pin. Looks like you lost and I won. Now that's what I'd call absolutely perfect. Credits too. Press fire to fight again. First stage. Do we need to continue? Oh. Again, it's in the right range. Yeah. But then you start getting out of the way because it's... Oh, God. Oh. Pole driver. Oh, pole driver. Pin. No, no. He knows just how to get out of range now. Really? Ow. Ow. It's all going wrong. Ow. It's a pin. Oh, we're going terribly now. Try to fight again. Oh, he's figured it out. Oh, God. Oh. Ow. Oh, missed. Still missed. Ah, still missed. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well. Oh, somehow we... Okay, game seems hard. But the game ranks up after you hit him enough. Do it again. Come on, let me get up. You didn't run. You're supposed to run, you idiot. Well. That was even quicker. Space to play again as Hulk Hogan. We return to choose another wrestler. Can we choose another wrestler? Let's reloads, huh? Press space to start. On 3. Here we go. Here, you have to disable and twist it to switch. Okay. Yeah, the British Bulldog is actually better. See what happens. You might be big, you might be strong, you might look good, but you just ain't. You see that last time. I started at the bottom and I climbed that ladder all the way to the top. No, now I'm gonna beat big guys like you, Mr. Perfect. I'm gonna defeat you, Mr. Perfect, and I'll do it for your mum and your dad and for all Great Britain. Mr. Perfect, I'm coming for you, and when I catch you, I'm gonna eat you up. Yeah, okay, go with that. They say nobody's perfect, but then they say the exception proves the rule. He didn't say anything different. Ooh. Oh. Oh, hell they miss. Let me up now. Come on. Do it again. Out the ring we go. Ring out. Looks like you lost and I won. No, you didn't. You did not win. Let's see if can we just go out the ring? Yeah, we can just walk out the ring. See if we can win this way. There's no ropes here to run off. Ring out. What? Nonsense! I was not out the ring. Yeah. I think something's not working right there. Try that again. It's going to make it clearer. No. Yeah, that's not how you win. Possible. Anyway, we'll move on. Next game. Next game is Battle Command by Ocean, $10.99 cassette, $15.99 disc. War is not a very nice thing, readers. As unpleasant things go, it's probably second only to Jeremy Beadle. And just like Jeremy Beadle, war should not be encouraged. We should all be nice to each other, not harbour any violent thoughts, wear flowers in our hair, hold hands and skip merrily through the countryside, sharing jokes with rabbits and fluffy moo cows. Oh God, he's funny cracked. So if on the other hand, we do want to blast some fellow humans into little tiny bits, let's just pretend to do it instead. Think how much safer it would be if the Yugoslav Republic settled their civil war, for example, over a couple of games of Mercs or Operation Wolf. Maybe the UN should suggest that there's a solution to all the disputes on planet Earth. Speaking of planet Earth, Battle Command isn't set there, or at least so Ocean claims. It looks an awful lot like Earth, though. In these post-Cold War times, it's much more entente cordially for these things to be set in other worlds. So, hurrah for Ocean! It's north versus south too, rather than east versus west. And you've got a tank driver for the north. In fact, you seem to be the only member of the North's army, and you have to take on the whole of the southern posse yourself. Struth. There are 10 different missions in all, 9 of which can be selected straight from the missions menu. The 10th grand finale can only be selected once you've completed the other 9 in one sitting. In each of the missions, you can either proceed straight to your target and do the biz, or hang around shooting baddies for a while first. You get the option at the start of the game to kit out your tank with up to 4 weapons. There's a weight limit, but you can comfortably hook up a turret, vital, a missile shooter, and a couple of oddly shaped, largely useless lightweight things. The game is one of them Freescape style 3D shindigs. You got a rotatable driving seat view of the land around you, complete with indigenous baddies, and basically have to whiz around trying not to crash into too many pyramids. And shooting nasties. Oh yes, and trying to complete whatever mad suicidal mission you've chosen to embark upon this time. There's hordes of bad guys just waiting to blast you to bits. If you manage to survive and complete the mish, take a look at the map and whiz off to where some helicopter is supposed to be picking you up. Only 9 more to go. As with all 3D jobbies, it looks pretty yawnsome, but it is well done, and the variety of different scenarios adds a lot to it. If you like Sims, you'll love Battle Command. The graphics are very well done, and if you're relaxed enough to be able to get into it, you'll be tanking ahoy around your place. Hurrah! First aid target score, complete a mission. Second opinion. It moves quite quickly, and the strategic element will keep you going for ages. Is there enough variety, though? Before you set on your mission, you get the chance to tool your tank up. Killabunga! That'll be a boat over there. It'll take a fair few shots with a turret to wax it. What does that thing do then? Here's a view from your tank. At the top is the bar 1, showing your weapons with the one in use selected. All the weapons have a limited number of uses, and the ammo guide 2 shows how many shots are left. We're using the turret at the moment, so we've got a dead useful sight on the screen. 3. Some weapons you don't get sights with, things you can't aim mainly. Down the bottom there's a largely useless thing, 4, that shows you that you're steering. A bar chart, 5, that shows your speed in green when you're going forward and red when you're reversing. A message window, 6, that tells you that you've just crashed into something. A radar screen, 7, that shows where the baddies are. And a compass, 8, hitting M gives you a map so you can see what direction you're supposed to be heading in. So, yeah. So that looks like it's not really telling you anything, is it? Right, the verdict. Graphics, 87%. Pretty good virtual reality pickies. Sonics, 51%. Crashy sounds when you drive into things. Grab factor, 79%. Battle command takes a while to get into. Staying power, 90%. But patience and commitment will prevail. Rating, 83%. From a distance, battle command looks dull, but moving close, it's a blast. Right? What is that capturing? That's not what you're supposed to be capturing. Why did it switch to that? Makes no sense. Alright. Let's go. Battle command. Played this a lot on MS-DOS back in the day. So it's so I sort of know the game, but not this version of it as such. Yeah, I'm sure it will load eventually. Yeah. Battle command. Real-time games and ocean. A 3D tank and everything. Alrighty. Defaults to QAOP. Remove the pointer. Set control system joystick. It still selects keyboard, although you can't use the keyboard keys anymore for unknown reasons. Anyway, Start game. Incorrect disc. We've got to change the discs. Inside B and press space. Done. I did press space. Come on. It's taking a long time to load. It's more. Speed it up. Come on. I didn't insert the disc, right? Yeah. It's worked in practice. Okay. Pick the disc one. We'll restart. We'll try it again. Why is this not? I did it. It's worked in practice. I tested this. It worked. Yeah, that's a thing Oh, fire. It says press space. I had to push fire. Oh, God. Stupid. Hey, look, grand finale is active. So, somehow. Well, it's listed there. I guess you might not be able to remember whatever. Mission Disc 1. Blaster mission. Destroy the 2 fuel jumps to cut southern supplies. Briefing. Blaster mission. You are assigned the task of finding and destroying 2 of the enemy's vital fuel dumps located to the northeast. This is a high priority mission and could hold enemy armor for weeks. Map. It's a map? Somewhere over here. Is that what the T is? I don't know. Well, let's go. Play the game. Select. Payload status. So we definitely need a turret. Banshee RRSS. Whatever that is. Whatever that is. Whatever that is. Mortar, Sleeper Mine, Dragonfly, K90 Cluster, Spectre, Phantasm, Skeet Bomb, Slam Laser. Take one of those. Turret. Payload exceeded. 950. Oh, okay. I guess that's all we're taking then. I don't think there's anything that's 50 kilos, is there? No. No, that's what we're doing. Alright, start the mission. And seek the turret. 80 shots. We want to go to the northeast. Yeah, it's certainly pretty quick. So, yeah. And we're down the southwest, huh? Here we go. Shoot giant black squares at things. Tank hit. That means we got hit. Okay, we're on the move. Look, he's one of them pyramids. Is that one of the fuel dumps here? Shouldn't find out, I guess. I hit something. These fuel dumps? I don't know. Go to the east more now. It's a tank. Shoot it, shoot it. Shoot it. Yeah. We're probably in the west now. We don't want to go to the west. East. Ease them. I don't know what I've collided with here. Mission complete. Proceed to pick up. Choose the P's to pick up then. Southwest. We did the thing. How about that? How do you recognise the pickup point? Is it like a airstrip or something? Go straight west. So pickup is around here somewhere. Where? I don't know. How we recognise it? Past it apparently. Southeast. Okay, land on it now. South. Where's south? It's a hill. Right in front of us. Southwest. Missile. These hills have huge hitboxes. Are we on the map now? Practically on it. What was that thing here? Check this out. No, it doesn't. Doesn't describe that. So how do we how do we get picked up? North from here. key for this? What did that do? Oh, binoculars. IR sight. Let's do binoculars. Okay. What do these other keys do? Oh, rear view. Is shooting a crit? No. Oh, there's a plane. Helicopter. Just sit here and wait, do we? Here we go. Well done, you have cut the enemy's vital fuel supply. Receive your score and prepare for further orders. Classified. Save game, mission selection. Missions completed, 1. Expect you to do hundreds of missions. Score to date, 17,750. B command. No. Back to mission selection. Let's do another one. Night moves. Railway ambush. Missile battery. Find the enemy missile base and destroy it. Go for it. You must destroy enemy missile defenses for northern airstrike. But first, you must find and knock out an enemy radar installation at the site to the west of the area. This will prevent your being found, which would cause an immediate enemy launch. First to the west. Oh. Enemy radar installation to the west of the area. So target is the base. So wait a minute. Yeah, so go to the radar installation first. Or something. Is it to the west? Where it is? Who knows? What does it look like? Probably blocks. Blocks of something. Let's do it. One briefing, one select. $10.24. Right. Want turret. And we're full in. That'll do. Let's go. So where are we? Okay. Follow the road. There's a bridge here to get across the river. So you've got here the Here's the bridge. Destroy the buildings. Destroy everything, basically. Okay, we don't want a tank falling in the river now, do we? say to the west, right? Where are we? Oh, more than one missile. Why are we stuck? Where are we? Yeah, long range destruction. They're in the wrong way. But it's hard to hit moving targets, right? Where are we? Okay. Going AWOL. I guess they were leaving then. Alright. He's back. Not around the northwest. Let's say the west. Yeah, blew up a tree. Okay, where is this radar installation? I hope it looks like radar installation. Let's say to the west. a lot of things on the radar, though. I guess there's probably just the hills, mountains, whatever they are. Collided with something. So you can't go that way then. Yeah, I think unit destroyed. He bumped into the mountains too much, I guess. It's yeah. Collision with hills is a little, but they've got big hitboxes, I guess, or something. That's it. Game over. Anyway, that's special mission. That's Battle Command. We'll move on. Alright. Next. Might as well finish this off, I guess. We've got half an hour. We can go longer. Cheat mode. Got well and truly stuck in your favourite game? Then this is the section for you. It's packed with cheats, hints, tips and solutions for tons of games. Builderland. As always, it's nice to have a lady write to cheat mode. Judy Kavanagh of Wilmslow has been hard at work in Builderland, collecting passwords and compiling some tips. Password got Vulcan, Darchi, Nebula, Hyblis. Always pause at the start of each level to check out what needs to be moved. Collect as many hearts as possible to enable you to defeat the ultimate monster. On each level, maneuver as many objects to the right-hand side of the screen, then take them with you as you progress. On level 3, take a staircase with you, where you will be stuck just past the yellow arrows. Watch the time limit. Most monsters are simple to kill, i.e. People Club kills mice and octopus, Knife kills ice breathers and ghosts, Helmet kills smiley faces in the sky. Obviously. Shoes get rid of ground hidden objects coloured red. Careful of end of level 3 monster. When you reach the doorway, push the joystick left or you will be trapped inside the monster teddy and your time will vanish rapidly. Once inside, there is no escape. Right, Technician Ted. Remember back in AA73, I offered a prize for the first person to tell me what reward Technician Ted got at the end of his quest. Well, here it is, the moment of the truth. And the winner is, dips hand into the dustbin containing all the correct entries. Russell, don't want to think there's any cheating here. Gerwin John Bonston of Pontador in Swansea. Well done, Gerwin. Well done, Gerwin. Your £25 voucher is winging its way to you. Nearly as good as Technician Ted himself, who received £120 as his reward at the end of the game. Oh. Ed the Duck. Carl Surrey of 37 Fairfield Way, Barnet, Hertz, has found us a couple of neat keepers cheats. The first is for Impulse's Ed the Duck. At any time, press the keys F-I-Z. There will be a burst of music and you'll be invulnerable to baddies. Careful though, you may have to redo the cheat after a level change. Carl also suggests that I might borrow any of the cheats out of the latest edition, number 10, of his excellent fanzine, Playmates. Well, on Destructo, if you press P and type the game and type Cave Carnum, and then return to the game, the following time you pause the game, you can press Z to skip a level. While you're at it, Carl tells me that the cheat for Narc printed a while ago went horribly wrong. What you need to do is redefine the keys as gruts, and not as I suggested, grunts. I knew that already. Predator 2, Stephen Luke of Ferryhill in County Durham has come up with a smashing key press for Predator 2. Press the keys Q, A, O and P at the same time to advance to the next level. Professional Boxing, Tony McCurlin of Bangor, County Down, and Philip Morris of Hengoed in Wales have both suggested a method to beat your opponent in Codemaster's Professional Boxing. Get your opponent's energy down to lower than yours, then hold down the 9 key. The game will pause, but the clock will still count down. When it reaches 0, end of the round, just let go and press the 9 again. Terror of the Deep. The cover game in AA74 was Terror of the Deep, minus a great deal of instruction on what to do. Thanks, Rod. Graham Allen of Livingston in Scotland has sent in some tips on how to control your way through the horribly infested waters of Loch Ness. Cover tape pokes. Turbo Kart Racer. Stephen Matthews of Kings Lynn has found a useful cheat for Turbo Kart Racer. What you do is press Control and move on to the next track. That sounds awfully easy. SimCity. Our Coral of Stoneleigh in Surrey has come across a keypress cheat for SimCity. Apparently, while playing, if you press the caps lock key and type in funds, you'll get £10,000 more. Beware though, if you do it too often, you could cause earthquakes. Virtual Worlds. The Virtual Worlds compilation has brought a wave of cheats for all the games. To keep you going, here are the coordinates of all the sectors in Driller from Darren Connor of Great Yarmouth. Hero Quest. James Hall of Tenbury, Wills and Carl, of who they named before, Surrey of Barnet, has sent us some tips for Hero Quest. Hero goes! Impossible. The fiendishly difficult Impossible featured on the cover tape of issue 75 has a built-in cheat to allow you to play on all the levels. On the title screen, press the keys C, H, E, A and T. What else? All together, and a message will appear at the bottom of the screen saying Start Level 1. Then press L to alter the level number. GAC programming. This month the Bullrog continues adding to our bank adventure started last issue, as well as telling you more about how to work GAC. You still buy the off manual, because they gave it to you. Build your own GAC adventures with AA Special Tutorial Series. This is part 1. Competition time! Uh-oh. We're running a competition for the best game written using GAC. To stop people cheating and sending in games they wrote 3 years ago, not that we don't trust you in anything, we've decided to write a little storyline. You are intrepid editor Rod Lawton, saviour of the innocents and all-round Mr. Nice Guy, who has been magically transported to the Bullrog's lair. Quite what will happen next is unknown, but you must rescue a damsel in distress, Princess Cathy, who the Balg has captured for his dinner. All you have to do is use your newfound GAC skills to write an adventure based around the above storyline. The prize? The winner's game will appear on a cover tape, which will probably lead to more fame than Michael Jackson and oodles of money. Well, probably not, but you can dream. The closing date is not until 1st of November 1992, so you have lots of time to write into the GAC clinic with questions, as well as reading the programming tutorials. The only other stipulation is that games must be sent in with a full solution and map, as well as any other items you think might be helpful. £5 notes appreciated. And if your game has a really clever routine or a really hilarious response, then tell me when you write in, else I might not see it. Remember, there is no rush to send your game in, so wait a while to read the next few issues. PD or not PD, if alas your adventure doesn't win, then you might be interested in entering it into the public domain library. Debbie Howard from Adventure PD has asked for people who are interested in their games being released on PD to please mark them as public domain. I'll then pass the best games on to Debbie, and she'll put together a Bullrog adventure disc. Now the actual Bullrog section. You are standing at the entrance to pages 44 to 46 of a top monthly computer mag. Examine pages. The pages are packed full of tips, letters, and news items on the magical world of CPC adventuring. Enter pages. You enter the Bullrog's lair. Bullrog's post bag. The Balg receives literally hundreds, or nearly, of letters every month and cannot possibly print them all. However, don't despair. Even if your letter has not been printed, I promise you that I have read and digested it. Space Crusade. Is Space Crusade likely to follow Hero Quest onto the CPC? Stephen Dell, Aberdeen. Yep, we don't have a precise date yet, but it should be any time now. Yeah, it won't be far off. Hitchhiker's Query. Can you get Hitchhiker's Guide on tape? Richard Cha, Southport. Sorry, Richard, Hitchhiker's Guide was a disc-only game which is now unavailable. As do your peers considering Andy Peters from Children's BBC. Consider it done. Ooh, ooh. Just for laugh section again. Try looking horror. Try pouring the tarry liquid. Planet 4. Read the computer file about Zork. Search Floyd. Turn Floyd off and search him. Sorcerer. Frots the gnome at Bobzar Land. What? How do you frot something? Welladay. Try cooking the spider. Wishbringer. Try torturing the evil one's cat. Okay. Grange Hill, the map. We got a map for Grange Hill. Telescope is a red herring. Oh, good. Good to know. Oh, good. 3 items that are red herrings. Wonderful. Programming with the Belg, Aaron Watson from New Zealand has written a loader for finished PAW adventures. The idea is for messages, e.g. copyright, to be displayed while your game is loading. Your adventure's file name will have to be inserted into the file control block, and also the message too. Now assemble it into a .com file using an assembler, e.g. Maxam. Make sure your new loader is on the same side as the disk as your game. Now run the loader. The loader should disable the status line at the bottom of the screen, clear the screen, print your new message, load in your adventure, and run it, giving you a great adventure that extra touch. Total, it's 100% Nintendo. It's on sale now. Well, we mag all about Nintendo and nothing else. A fab and brilliant and wonderful, and it's got me in it. January 1992, issue 1. New. You've never seen a mag like it. Nintendo Explosion. Total NES and Game Boy's action will blow you away. What a hoot! Chortle as we show you the best games in the shop. Snigger as our tips help you finish Super Mario Bros. Grin when you win one of our 3 superb Game Boys. Smirk when you're total game player champion. And smile weekly as we try desperately to be funny. Wow, 85 pages of total Nintendo action. Got NES or Game Boy? This is the only mag for you, because it's the only mag dedicated to Nintendo games, and because it's Brill too. Good. Alright, back to the games. Capcom Collection. US Gold, $17.99 cassette, $24.99 disc. US Gold have been banging out Capcom arcade licenses for ages now, and this collection gives you 8 of the things in one go. It's quite a mixed bag. There's good games, but some duffers too. Still, you get a lot of games for your dosh, as Adam Waring discovers. Strider is a walk-along and beat-em-up type game. You're a bit of an acrobat and cartwheel all over the place. You also have a hell of a chopper on you. Haha, that's enough cheap gags to slice up your enemies. Excellent full-colour graphics give the game an almost unique look. It scrolls well, and there's lots to see and kill. You'll like it. UN Squadron takes place in the Middle East. The Middle East, eh? Oh, some kind of trouble going on. Only one thing for it. To send in a peacekeeping squadron of 1 plane. You're the pilot, though, and can deal out the death in 1 of 3 types of plane. It's pretty standard shoot-'em-up fare, with a good choice of weaponry at your disposal. A shop lets you buy the extra goodies that the army are too mean to buy you. Not a bad blast. Last Duel is a 2-player shoot-'em-up. Player 1 is in a car, while number 2 takes the skies in a fighter plane. It's a bright-looking game, but not terribly good. The scrolling is jerky, and the playability isn't really there. Ho-hum. Forgotten Worlds is different. Most shoot-'em-ups give you an advanced nuclear fighter to take on the hordes from Zorgon 4. Not this one. You're on your own, matey, with not so much as a sopwith camel to do the business in. You can fly through. You can fly though, and you have a gun, so you do stand a bit of a chance. The control method's a bit weird. Moving left and right rotates your angle of fire as well as actually moving you, so you often end up shooting the floor instead of the mean mothers. Irritating. Ghouls and Ghosts is the follow-up to the ancient but classic game Ghosts and Goblins. As a knight in shining armour, it's your mission in life to rid the world of evil spirits. It has a couple of nice touches, such as collision with a nasty doesn't kill you outright, but has you running around in your undies. Apart from that, though, it's not much cop. The graphics are dodgy, and it's a bit dull. Dynasty Wars is a weird-looking game. In fact, it's quite weird to play, too. It's set in ancient China, a feudal society where war was a way of life. You're on horseback and have to trot around, wasting men with bows and arrows. It's a bit slow-paced, rather easy, and gets a bit confused at times. An original idea, but it's not going to keep you up all night. LED Storm is a bit like Last Duel in both concept and playability. You drive along a road and have to avoid or kill other vehicles. It has some nice parallax effects, and there are 2 levels of depth, but the game is a bit of a pig. There's simply not enough to do. Strider 2 doesn't have quite the appeal that the original had. It uses all 16 colours, and this time Strider's tightened up his act a bit and can shoot things as well as use his sword. It's all a bit too easy though. The original is still the better game. Strider 87%, UN Squadron 78%, Last Duel 56%, Forgotten Worlds 68%, Ghouls and Ghosts 47%, Dynasty Wars 67%, LED Storm 45%, Strider 2 63%, Verdict 65%. Second opinion, Capcom Collection looks like great value at first, but a few of the games really shine and some of them are naff. Not quite the bargain it seems. So which one? Alright. We'll do the bottom one next. We've got one game to play in one of these compilations that we haven't been through yet. So we did Chart Attack next. Gremlin, $14.99 cassette, $19.99 disc. Gremlin turned out some real stunners last year and has now been awfully kind and put them onto a lovely little compilation. It contains a master game, a couple of raves, and the rest are alright. Who says you need Mode 0 for neat graphics? All in all, a desirable little package. Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge, the best racing game of all time, according to Rod anyway. A Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge is a 1 or 2 player 3D racing game that's pretty darn good actually. Race around in posh cars over a number of progressively difficult tracks. It handles realistically, so there's none of this taking tight bends at 150 mph business. This does mean that it's not quite as arcadey as some games, but provides all the more in the way of a challenge. Impossible is a mold for mission, well, 5 missions. It's a platform type affair, and lots of nasties and ultra cute creatures to jump over. You can start on any 4 levels and can play a 5th when you've completed them all. Not that it's likely that you will, it's a tad tricky, cute but frustratingly difficult. Shadow of the Beast has wonderfully detailed graphics. Having a head like a hammer is no joke, and it's down to you to right the wrongs and doing the guy who made you such an ugly git. Crisp graphics, loads of playing area and lots to do. Shadow of the Beast stunned everyone on the 16 bits it was originally released on. And it's just as impressive on the Amstrad. There's less colour but excellent detail. Ghouls and Ghosts is also available on the Capcom Collection. This is definitely the worst game in the pack. It's a hack and slash affair where you run around in a suit of armour and try to batter the bad guys. It's just that the scrolling is slow, the graphics are poor, and it's not all that much fun to play. Oh dear. Supercars is another racing game, but it's very different from Lotus. It's all seen from above. You pelt around the tracks trying to pass the post in pole position. Posts mean pennies in this game, and you can upgrade your vehicle to take on the ever faster opposition. Among the goodies on offer are bigger engines and rocket launchers, so you can play to win by fair means or foul. Second opinion, wasted Ghouls and Ghosts in Chart Attack. It is the only non-Gremlin game and the only particularly weak one. This is the best compilation of the lot. Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge 90%, Impossible 72%, Shadow of the Beast 85%, Ghouls and Ghosts 47%, Supercars 87%. Verdict 87%. Alright. Now we've got a game from this one to do. Frankly, just one. Max Pack US Gold 17.99 cassette, 24.99 disc. The smallest of the compilations, but with one exception, all the games are well worth having. Certainly, if you don't have Turrican 2 in your collection already, then A, you're a bit of a fool, and B, you should buy this compilation sharpish. Turrican 2 is one of the best games on the Amstrad ever. Huge levels, brilliant graphics, and plenty of violence make for a real corker. The sprites are large, with some really big mid-level baddies to beat. The great thing about the game is the exploration potential. You can go anywhere you like rather than being restricted to going horizontally in one direction. Turrican 2 has it all. It's almost worth getting in the collection for this game alone. Saint Dragon is a nice idea. I shoot 'em up on the back of a dragon. Not like it's the first one. You sit on your beast's back as it flies into action. Your mount is bulletproof too, so you don't have to worry about anything but a direct hit. Actually, this is the game's downfall. You can sit simply at the top of the screen with a towel wrapped around you, completely protecting you from harm. Which makes it a pretty damn dull, really. So much for the dragon. It's more of a turkey. SWIV has Jeep and helicopter team dishing out death and destruction in a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. There's plenty of action as you take on the bad guys. The scrolling is smooth, the action fast and furious, and it's about as good as this type of game gets. Night Shift is the odd one out here, as there's no killing to be done. Still, it doesn't mean it's a bad game. Far from it. Night Shift is one of the most original games you'll find. Basically, you're in charge of a machine that produces plastic dolls. You have to keep everything running smoothly, which involves things like pedaling a bicycle to start the generator and pulling all manner of levers and switches to get conveyor belts rolling in the right directions. Factory work can be fun. They're simply oodles of levels, each one with more to do and less time to do it in. Once you've successfully completed a level, you get a password, so you never have to go through an easy level again. Brill! Second opinion. This is more like it. Saint Dragon is distinctly half-baked, but the other three are great. Max Pack is no great bargain, but it's pretty solid nonetheless. Turrican 2, 95%. Saint Dragon, 43%. SWIV, 85%. Night Shift, 86%. Verdict, 89%. And the one we haven't played yet is SWIV. I'm not sure it's going to be worth 85%, but we'll have a look at it. Who published this thing? This is US Gold. I presume these are all US Gold games. Okay. We're not cheating. 128k this game needs. SWIV is loading. I'm not sure what they added for 128k. Because it doesn't show. Maybe it's just the crack that needs 128k. Who knows? SWIV, code and sound effects, Ken Murfitt. Graphics, Tahir Rashid. Version Amstrad, J. Fafula. Press space to play. Cheap off. Celebrate 991, the sales curve limited. Face to play, let's go. Loading level 1. Well, it's not loading the levels in at once, is it? Area 1. Here we go. Right. Okay. Now I'm not paying attention now. Shoot everything. Okay, you can mash faster than it fires. That's right, this is by Storm. It says it right there. I wouldn't say this is the most exciting shoot 'em up I've ever played. And the helicopters even take 2 hits to kill. Even takes 2 hits to kill. At least. Ooh, that flipped out. Ooh. Why do we have a timer? Homing missiles. Ah. by something I didn't notice. Ooh, we're a boss! This is more like it, I guess. Ah! Get a power up. Oh, we got power ups. Look, shots are spread out now. Get two at once. I'm not sure this will help, but eh. Oh, she's up too. Oh. Huh? It's been a minute since the last boss. I feel like it's been a lot longer than a minute. I think these seconds are long. Ooh, all this. Oh, goes the laser. Oh god. I should have waited longer. Keep a power up though. Reading that now. Right, loading level 2. Well, that was all level 1 apparently. Area 2. Oh look, it's darker. tanks taking multiple hits. More tanks. Taking a lot of hits. I was eventually right. Maybe not. It's 10 past 11. We've still got a game to go. Ugh. Oh look, this thing's back. Power up. What do we get? Oh, got three-way shots. that's invincible. Oh boy, another missile. Looming missile. Still going. I think what I'll do, I'll finish this stage and then we'll move on, because not the most exciting game ever. Stage is long. The boss coming up eventually. Next, come on, hurry up. Oh, here we go. Oh. Guess not. Oh, no. I think level 3. Ready. I want to see what the next power up like, but I don't know if I want to wait that long. Oh, come on. Where's the mid-boss? I'm glad they got arrows showing us which way to go. We never figured it out otherwise. We got a lot of arrows. Mid-boss time, please. Oh, we can shoot it. Power up. Oh, not worth it then. We can shoot it. You change those. I love 1943. Yeah, oh well. We'll leave it at that. That's enough of this game. Not the most exciting. It's not completely terrible, but it's doesn't get you going. Anyway, got one last game to do. G-Loc. I think this is the last game, right? Yeah. Right. G-Loc US Gold, 11.99 cassette, 16.99 disc. Vroom, we're off to do battle with the Hun, or whoever the baddies are. This is the cliff stage. Those are the cliffs. Titter. Don't fly into them. Hurrah! Another group of evil villains falls at the feet of Flight Lieutenant Peters. 20? 20? You must be joking. We'll do 10 and that's your lot. What are those strange insect-like things? Oh well, let's blast, not contemplate. Kaboom. Hello. Sorry, getting a bit carried away there. And G-Loc is an aerial... That's not how you spell aerial. Aerial game combat game, which is a big hit in the arcades, mainly because in order to give some sustenance to the game's title, which stands for loss of consciousness due to gravity, the cabinet you sat in lurched around like it had a Rottweiler in its pants, which left you to either marvel at the technology used or bring up your lunch all over the first person to congratulate you on your performance, or both possibly. The CPC version won't shake you around all over the place, of course. If it does, consult an electrician. Oh. So what can we expect from an 8-bit conversion of a game that owed much of its appeal in the arcade to innovations not recreatable on a home computer? We can expect anything we want. What we end up with is a pretty good, yet majorly repetitive shoot 'em up. The screen shudders quite nicely, though. You're flying some sort of planey thing, and you've got to shoot down lots of other planes. First 8, then 9, then 10. Then move on to a cliffy thing, where you're flying down a narrow ravine, shooting more planes and then some strange grey bugs, possibly battleships. Good news! With a little practice, you can handle the guns and missiles like a trooper pilot. The slight shaking of the screen does bring a small part of the arcade game's raison d'etre into your home. But there are a lot of waves of bad guys to face off against. There are a 3 difficulty levels, which, whilst not being any easier or more difficult than each other, do present an opportunity to vary the number and order of the enemies. Bad news, the scrolling on the cliff sections is so jerky it's almost sad. What are those bug-like things supposed to be? They shoot 8 enemies and then 9, etc. business hardly makes for what would be termed unrepetitive gameplay. The cliffs don't get bigger when you go towards them, when you steer towards them, so you crash into them without any advance warning. G-Loc is actually quite good fun. The sound is very good and the graphics reasonable. Those flippin' Beatles accepted. At the end of the day, though, it's just too samey to hold the attention for any considerable length of time. It's polished and professional, sure, but also totally uninspired. First day target score, 200,000 points. Second opinion, it's very smooth and impressively programmed, but blimey, is this all there is? You can steer and shoot, but there's no real indication of altitude. In fact, no flight sim elements at all. A tour of the cockpit. The most important thing on the G-Loc screen is the sights. 1. The orange sight is for your machine guns. It's dead hard to shoot something with these as you need to be firing at exactly the right spot. When you get a red sight and the phrase lock on appearing in the lock on box 2, you can rattle off a guided missile. Hurrah! These are fairly limited though. 3 indicates how many you've got left. Each missile icon represents 5 missiles. So use them wisely or shoot stuff instead when you can. There's 2 damage indicators, a bar 4 when it reaches the top you're finished, and a plane diagram 5 which shows how many bits of the plane have been shot to ribbons so far. There's also a fuel gauge 6 when it reaches the bottom you fall out of the sky. Then on the top of the level, and lives indicator and a box with your score in it, find them yourselves. There's a radar 7 and a useless thing that shows you what angle you're flying at 8. Oh yeah, and something that shows you how many baddies you shot down and how many you need to wax to complete the level 9. Alright, G-Loc verdict. Graphics 78% from the sublime to the ridiculous. Sonics 89%. Loads of fab and different noises. Grab factor 82%. G-Loc is very easy indeed to get into. Staying power 61%. Just like the shallow end of your local pool. Rating 68%. As aerial shooties go, this is passable. As CBC games go, it's passable but of little long-term interest. Huh? G-Loc R360 is its full title, as far as I can tell. Start it up. Alright. We need another one than 128k. G-Loc R360. 998, 991 Sega trademark. All rights reserved. And published by Sega Europe Limited. Converted by Images Limited, US Gold Limited. US Gold and Sega proudly present, typing it out slowly, type faster, G-Loc R360, 8-bit conversion by Images Software Limited. Press space to play. Alright, let's go. Set controls, 1 joystick, 2 keyboard. Do you have to fash it? No. Joystick. Easy, medium, or hard? Stick with easy. Here we go. Shoot 8 enemies. Okay. Hit the button to do a 360. That's it. No. Well, I'm not sure how you're supposed to avoid anything. That's difficult. But mission complete. Bonus 3,680. Can't shoot anything during this bit. Shoot 9 enemies. Nice mix of colours. How did that all miss? I'm out of missiles. Out of fuel, life lost. Too long. Now we can lock on. Mission complete. 10 enemies. We've got all missiles to do it in. Shit. I'm trying to hang on now, but out of missiles. At 9 out of 10. Time to be out of missiles. Get down. Life lost. We've got more lives. Oh, here we go. Oh, oh. Where'd the frame rate go? 6 enemies. Out of missiles. Paperboy. What happened? Well, life lost. The potent bonus stage. Wow, that was quick. Did I hit a cliff or something? I couldn't tell. Oh, we've still got another life. Oh no, we don't. Game over. High scores. I don't see any high scores. Here we give it one more go. Why not? I do not want to shoot that. Let's keep shooting. Might as well. Any ammo. Whee! Oh. Can't shoot during the mission complete section. Oh. Yeah, this is the only arcade so far this issue. In fact, this is the last game of the issue as well. I mean, my ass kicked. Oh, we did it. We got 10 of them out of 9. Wonderful. 10 enemies. And we got kinda almost arcade ports. Paperboy 2. That earlier. And SWIV. Yeah. Mission complete. Here we go. Frame rate hell. Oh. I wonder what I hit times. Life lost. Shoot 20 enemies. Let me get out of this frame rate hell. Oh, something hit me. I don't know what. I don't know what. Oh. Again, I'm not sure what hit me. Probably the cliff, edge of the cliff, but 5 more. My last life. Nope. Not gonna happen. 19 out of 20. We almost got through it. Game over. I think I kind of prefer Afterburner just a bit more. This is fine. This is fine so long as you're dropping these cave frame rate hells. We'll move on. I think that was the last game of the issue. The cartoon collection. Me got screenshots showing. World class rugby. Your back issues. Yours as a gift. 500,000 computer games. That's a lot. There's not PD software. All games are shop surplus. Change the face of Amstrad Action. Now's your chance to change the face of Amstrad Action as we head into 1992. The Amstrad market is changing all the time, and we aim to keep up with it. Most of all, though, we want to keep up with our readers. We want to know what machine you have, what you use it for, and what you want to see in Amstrad Action. In fact, we want to know everything about you and your computing. But first, we want to say a big thanks to all the people who responded to our regular monthly surveys so far. You've helped us out a hell of a lot already, and told us a few things we didn't know. It's all helped us build up a picture of our readership and what you are like. Now, though, you get the chance to take part in the big one. Survey that will decide the look of AA for 1992. To begin with, what sex are you? How old are you? Under 8. Over 50. 40 to 50. And don't remind me, in a few weeks' time I'm going to be in the over 50, 50 bracket. The magazine. This bit is all about the magazine itself. We're not going to swamp you with tons of boring questions. Instead, we've kept it simple. For each section, we want you to give it a score out of 10, according to how important it is to you. For example, if the cover tape is the only reason you buy the magazine, give it 10 out of 10. If it was simply a major reason, you buy the mag for other stuff too, give it, say, 7 out of 10. Remember, we'll be reading every single survey form sent back to us, so you're well and truly in the driving seat. The front bit. Cover. What do you think of Amstrad Action's covers? Which do you prefer? Cartoon covers, comic-like, or serious-looking covers? Cover tape. Score out of 10. We try to combine both serious and game software on the cover tape. Now's your chance to tell us what you want. More games, more serious stuff. Inside pages. Okay, here we go, roughly in the order of which the different sections appear in the mag. They've been in all sorts of order in recent issues. Tape pages. Details, instructions, and controls for the games, demos, and serious progs on the cover tape. M-Scene. All the latest news, products, and gossips from the weird and wonderful world of the CPC. Reaction. This is the section where we print a selection of your sackloads of letters and our replies. On the Grapevine. The charts, games, gossip, previews, and upcoming games, and a look ahead to the next issue. Forum. The techie section where readers can write in with technical problems and advice. Mastering Machine Code. Andy Price's Machine Code series is for users into programming who have gone beyond basic. Serious Reviews. The pages where we keep you up to date on all the serious product coming out for the CPC. Action Test. All of the latest games releases, good and bad. Who wants to spend all that cash on a crap game? Cheat Mode. Each month readers send in piles of tips, hints, maps, and passwords for all the top games. Fill in this form. Like the posters on the wall say, if you don't register, neither will your views. That's right. This is your chance to shape the future of Amstrad Action for the coming year. If you don't tell us what you want, you've got no business complaining when you don't get it, have you? Don't forget, we'll be reading every form, so your views really will count. Goodies to be won. Just to spice things up a bit, we're going to be sending off a brand new Amstrad Action binder to no fewer than 24 readers selected at random from those who get their questionnaire results to us by March 19th, 1992. The on sale date of the April issue. You got Balrog, keeping us up to date with all the mysterious goings on in the world of CPC adventuring. Budget Bonanza, we review all the latest original budget games, plus all those re-releases of full-price products. Gallery, lots of arty pics knocked up by the readers using a variety of CPC art packages. Type-ins, selections of basic programs for you to type in yourself. We award prizes too. Helpline, the readers' help section for help on games, getting hold of software, pen pals, etc. Special offers, the mail order page where we chuck all the best bargains we've hunted out for our readers. Buyer's Guide, explaining the various things you can do with your CPC and listing the best products to get. Afterthought, a kind of humorous, self-indulgent, silly bit we knock up half an hour before going to press. And you. In the second part of the questionnaire, we want to know a bit about you. No, we're not going to report you to the poll tax office. And we don't want to know any really personal stuff, just what you like doing with your computer, what you'd like to be able to do, and what you plan on doing in the future. Which machine do you own? Tick the appropriate box. Peripherals. What plug-in goodies have you bought for your little plastic pal? Tick the appropriate boxes. Other machines. What other machines do you own, if any? Which would you like to own? Spectrum, Commodore 64, Atari ST, Amiga, PC, Macintosh, Sega Master System, Sega Mega Drive, Nintendo NES, Game Boy or Game Gear. Yeah. So I think at this point, I guess the Super NES had not yet been released in the UK. That being said, it was mentioned when they're looking at the console when that was released. That was like a year and a half ago now. In this, oof. Other magazines. Do you read any of these magazines regularly? Amstrad Computer Users. That's still going at this point. Okay. CPC fanzines, e.g. Playmates, Printout. Computer and Video Games. Ace, Mean Machines. Smash Hits, Fast Forward, number 1. Viz, or some other adult comic. 2000 AD, or Eagle. Beano, Dandy, other comic. Shoot, Match, 90 Minutes. You and your Amstrad, how much do you use your CPC for serious stuff like programming, word processing, etc.? That's all I use it for, no rubbishy games. Oh. How many budget games have you bought in the past year, roughly? And how many full price games have you bought over the past year, roughly? How much have you spent on hardware in the past year? How much pocket money do you get a week, if applicable? Your plans. Do you aim to expand your system or buy additional software? If so, what do you plan on getting? Your details. Phew, thanks for the help. Now all we need is your name and address. You can remain anonymous if you like, but you won't be able to enter you in the prize draw without an address. Amstrad Action's fiendish plans. We've got some pretty smart, we think, ideas for Amstrad Action in the coming year, but this is where you get to tell us what you think of them. 1. Type-ins. Since we've now got a tape on the front of the mag, it seems a bit of a waste of time getting you lot to type the programs in. Why don't we just put them on the tape? We would naturally tell you what the programs did and how to use them inside the mag. What do you think? Good idea, bad idea? Helpline. Why don't we make a helpline feature more specific and spread it through the mag? For example, a helpline box in cheat mode, a helpline box in forum, and so on. Good idea, bad idea? New features. Here's some of the ideas we have for new regular columns in 1992. Which ones would you like to see? A public domain column. We already had one of those. And you dropped it. A fanzine column. General interest, e.g. films, music. A cartoon strip. Again, you had one. Other suggestions. Type-ins. This could be the last type-ins ever as we know it. What? Sacrilege! But don't worry, because we're only thinking about it. You see, type-ins could just as easily go on the cover tape, couldn't they? After all, what's the point of typing in listings when you can load them from tape? We would carry on doing a type-in section in the mag, though, just so that we can tell you what the listings are and what they do. Sounds good? Well, it makes sense to us. But if you lot out there have any objections, let us know. There's no point making the change if you'd still rather type the things in the hard way. Don't forget, we want your programs. We prefer short ones, but if they're especially good, we'll consider longer progs. The best ones each month win their authors £20 upwards. Send your progs too. Type-ins. Amstrad Action. Mini Bulldozer. You might remember Bulldozer, the Mega Fab Readers game we had on a July cover tape. Well, this is based on a similar kind of idea. Full instructions are given on screen. There are 20 levels to pit yourself against. Some of them are pretty easy, and some will require a lot of brain bending. Separate palavers is responsible. Cheers, mate. Give your brains a blasting with this little block-pushing puzzler from reader Polly's Palavers. Block pushing, huh? So it's is it soccer barn? Cat. Thomas Bond of Leatherhead, Surrey, strolls in with a package under his arm. What's that? We all ask. It's a disk directory scanning thingy, he replies. Select user 229 to see erased files. Oh, and remember to type in those arrows properly. Control K is the up arrow, Control J is for the down one, Control H for the lefty, and Control I or Tab for the righty. Sorry lads, flipping mad or what? Apple Days. Games like these are what most people end up with as their first major CPC programming venture. Apple Days differs from the rest mainly because of its zany scrolling. Weird, man. Full instructions are available on screen, or by writing to Shane Stewart at his County Cavan, Ireland home. Quick Music 2. This is completely brilliant. Reckon a series of random letters and numbers, running your fingers all over the keyboard to create brilliant tune. Or type in some abusive message directed at a relative and play it when they're in the room. You'll be dissing them and they won't even realise. Drew Boulding from down Coventry Way. What a rapscallion you are. What's this extra space at the end of the line? Sloppy programming, mate. We don't notice until it's laid out on the page and then it's too late. You can't remove the space without messing up the typewriter code. Joe's not the only one though. Don't do it, kids. The Buyer's Guide. Accounts. databases, accounts and stuff, spreadsheets, integrated packages. Another option, another time to push mini office too. That's it. Right. Equinox, a new musical standard on the CPC. Terminator 2, Final Fight, Smash TV, here, all the good games. Fun School 4, Outrun Europa. Oh, we got more bars, guys. We got the beat 'em ups. In the third of our series of something in 'em ups, we look at beaties. Those games where you have to do lots of nasty things to lots of presumably nasty people. Gratuitous violence, ahoy. Since it's nearly midnight, I'm just going to the column here. Top 10. Number 1, Final Fight, US Gold. Pole driving, karate throwing, and massive sprites galore in the streets of Metro City. 93% AA74. Hey, I might miss the Final Fight. What big sprites you have? Well, they're better to animate the action with. Number 2, Barbarian 2, Palace. Dodgy cover artwork, but plenty of monster slashing action. 92% AA44. Number 3, Toodles 2, the coin-op, Microsoft. The first Toodles game was pretty average, but this coin-op combo is brill. 91% AA75. Number 4, Renegade, Imagine. The game that set the standards for urban hoodlum punch and kick games. 90% AA25. Number 5, Bruce Lee, US Gold. A platformy karate thing, which Adam P. reckons is the best game ever. Daft Burke. 88% AA2. Number 6, Total Recall, Ocean. A mediocre film, but an excellent game. Punch out people's lights all across Mars. 91% AA68. Shinobi. I think they're running out of ideas here. Full price budget 2 compilations. This ninja kick 'em up has certainly done the rounds. 87%. AA50. Shinobi's the sort of ninja thing where you jump on boxes and stuff. Oh yeah, and fight lots of bad guys, of course. Number 8, The Way of the Exploding Fist, Melbourne House. AA's first ever master game. A single screen karate contest with a fab 2-player mode. 94% AA1. Number 9, Target Renegade, Imagine. A sequel that set further standards for urban hoodlum, etc., etc., etc. 86% AA35. Number 10, Barbarian Palace. Time to nip down the dungeons and chop up some monsters. 87% AA23. Oh, well, kicking, punching, and throwing people. You can grab them by the scruff of the neck and take them for a walk. Heartless or what? Afterthought. Good intentions for 1992. Come on then, how many of you lot have come up with a New Year's resolution? How many of you have broken it already? Well, just to show you we're responsible globally, or we're a bunch at Amstrad Action, here's our own New Year's Rizzies. And when they were broken. Rod. For the new year, I resolved never again to be rude about Mary Ann's driving. Learning to drive is very difficult and people are especially vulnerable in unfamiliar situations or while learning new skills. Broken January 3rd when Mary Ann drove over his foot in the car park. The foot was broken too. Oh no. Adam Peters. The capitalist state is an outrage against humanity. I forthwith renounce this country's entire monetary system, which is merely a tool used to oppress the masses. Broken January 5th when he found a 50p piece in the corridor. Angela. I'm going to stop nagging Adam and Rod about having copy ready. I know it's not easy writing for a magazine. It's a job requiring tremendous skill, inventiveness, and perception, and there are probably only a few people in the country clever enough to do it. Hang on, I never said any of that. Broken, January 14th. On hearing that the main feature for the September 1993 issue wasn't finished yet. Marianne. It's horrible how many little puppies and kittens are abandoned by uncaring owners. I'm going to set up a little animal home with lovely floral curtains and special little baskets and rubber bones and ribbons and... Stop it! Broken, January 1st, when she trod on some doggy plop on the way home and said some very unkind things about animals in general. Jane Richardson, publisher. Rod and Adam have done such a good job. I'm going to give them a whopping big raise just as soon as possible. What do you do in my office now? Broken January 6th, approximately 11.2 seconds after the issue came back from the printers. Adam Waring. I'm going to stop going to parties and trying to get off of girlies. It's time I settled down and grew up and behaved in a mature, responsible fashion. In 1992, you can look forward to the new, clean-cut Adam Waring. Broken January 3rd, when, well, we hardly need to say a thing and just take a look at our blackmail special opposite. Ho, ho, ho. Uh-oh. Right, Blackmail Corner. Welcome to Amstrad Action's brand new, fun-filled blackmail slot. This week, we feature AA's very own consultant tech ed, Adam Waring, in an intimate embrace with a mystery lady. Who is it? Well, we know, and Adam knows we know, and the young lady in question knows, and she knows that Adam knows we know, and yes, all right. So we can either keep quiet about the whole thing or let the world know. Oops, sorry, Adam. £5 isn't enough. This photograph really is exceptionally clear. Ah, yes, but you can't get much for a tenner, can you? Look at all that detail. And hang on, look, little sticky labels printing off really easily. Hello? Is that a telephone I hear? Hello? It's that mystery lady, folks. Hello? Yes? £20? I don't know. 40? That's more like it. If only we stuck down that label a little bit. 50 quid? Done. Bye-bye. Phew, that was a close one. What? You want to know who it was? Okay, then you win. The name of the mystery lady is... censored. It's unthinkable. Just imagine you go to the news engine and they've sold out of AA. You think it couldn't happen? Well, it could. Last month it happened to Mr. Sidney Pickersgill of Wolveston. This month it could be you. So don't miss your regular copy of Amstrad Action. Give this form to your newsagent. Dear newsagent, please reserve Amstrad Action for me every month, beginning with the March issue, out on Thursday, 20th of February. Oh. Home of Britain's finest computer magazines. Amstrad Action, PCW Plus, PC Plus, PC Answers, Amiga Format, ST Format, your Sinclair, Commodore Format, Sega Power, Total, Amiga Power, Amiga Shopper, Classic CD, Mountain Biking UK, Cycling Plus, Needlecraft. Dizzy's Excellent Adventures. Available on Spectrum C64 Amstrad, $9.99. Space Gun, Taito. You have been ordered to rescue the hostages immediately. Yes, 2039 AD. Man takes deep space exploration to a new level of sophistication. However, at a distant space colony, a sudden escalation of unexplained disappearances and deaths caused the federal government of the Earth to launch a thorough investigation. Their best team of commandos are consigned to the far reaches of the galaxy. En route, they intercept a distress signal emitting from an Earth-bound cargo ship. The crew has been taken hostage by an unknown life form and are in great danger if not rescued immediately. The alien forms must be destroyed before they reach their final conquest, the Earth. Amstrad Atari ST, Commodore 64, Atari ST, Commodore Amiga, Spectrum, Commodore, Amstrad cartridge. By Ocean. That's the end of the magazine.